All right, here we go, everybody. Good morning. My name is Claire Munoz, and I'm the Nevada Arts Council Board Vice Chair and Panel Chair for today's grant panel review, and I call this meeting to order at 10:01 a.m. on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023. I welcome everyone to the Nevada Arts Council Fiscal Year 2024 Artist Fellowship Grant in Literary Arts, Prose, and Dramatic Writing category panel review. This public meeting is being recorded. Please remember to identify yourself each time you speak and to speak loudly and clearly so that your comments will be clearly recorded and so that the audience members can hear you. At this time, will Nevada Arts Council staff please confirm that the meeting was properly posted?
The meeting was properly posted. This is Sapira.
Thank you, Sapira. Claire Munoz for the record. We begin our Nevada Arts Council meeting today by acknowledging the Numa, Newe, Nuwuvi, Washishu, and Pipa Aha Makav have lived in the Great Basin since time began. Please join me in expressing our deepest respect and gratitude to our 5 major indigenous groups, the Northern Paiute, the Shoshone, the Southern Paiute, the Washoe, and the Mojave, not just the original caretakers of the land we now call Nevada, but for their enduring stewardship and protection of our shared lands and waterways. Today, Nevada Arts Council reaffirms its commitment to improve the quality of life for our 28 tribal nations, bands, colonies, and the 62,000 plus urban Indians who choose to make Nevada their current home. Thank you for joining us today on this virtual meeting. Your attendance shows your commitment to Nevada arts industry, and on behalf of the staff and board of the Nevada Arts Council, I commend and thank you for all that you do. At this time, we'll proceed to agenda item A2, roll call and introductions, and I will now introduce our panelists. First, we have Dewain Farria. Dewain's writing has appeared in the New York Times, Craft, War on the Rocks, the Rumpus, Literary Hub, and the anthology Our Best War Stories. Prize-winning poetry and prose from the Colonel Darron L. Wright Memorial Award. Tobias Wolff selected Dewain's debut novel, Revolutions of All Color, as the winner of Syracuse University's 2019 Veterans Writing Contest. Dewain holds a MA from the University of Oklahoma and an MFA from Vermont College of Fine Arts. He's received fellowships from the National Security Education Program and the National Endowment for the Arts and the MacDowell Colony. As a U.S. Marine, he served in Jordan and Ukraine. Besides his stint in the military, Dewain spent most of his professional life working for the United Nations with assignments in the North Caucasus, Kenya, Somalia, and Occupied Palestine. You can find more of Dewain's writing at Dewain Farria, Farria.com. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being here today, Dewain. It's great to have you.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Janalyn Guo. Janalyn is the author of short story collection Our Colony Beyond the City of Ruins, and her work has been supported by fellowships from MacDowell and the National Endowment for the Arts. You can find her latest stories at the Moon Calves Anthology of Strange Stories, Diagram, Honeylit, Wildness, and other places. Welcome, Janalyn.
Thanks, everyone.
And our third contributor today is David Philip Mullins. David Philip Mullins is the author of Greetings from Below, a collection of short stories, which won both the Mary McCarthy Prize in Short Fiction and the International Walter Scott Prize for Short Stories, and The Brightest Place in the World, a novel, which won the Nebraska Book Award. He is a graduate of the Iowa Writers Workshop, and his work has appeared in the Yale Review, the Massachusetts Review, the New England Review, Chicago Quarterly Review, and other publications. He's received fellowships and awards from the National Endowment for the Arts, Yaddo, the Sewanee Writers Conference at the Nebraska Arts Council, and the Nevada Writers Hall of Fame. He's a professor of English at Creighton University. Thank you for joining us today, Dave. Dave, do you prefer Dave?
Dave is fine. Yeah, Dave's great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. At this time, I'd like to ask Nevada Arts Council staff and our Deputy Attorney General Ward to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Sapira.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sapira Churk. I am the Artist Service Specialist, and I am located in the Las Vegas office.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Reed. I'm the Artist Service Specialist and Sapira Churk's counterpart up in the Carson City office.
Steph.
I'm Stephanie Montgomery. I'm the Grants and Project Analyst at the Nevada Arts Council in the Carson City office.
Thank you. Krista?
Good morning. I'm Krista Thicken from the Grants Program in the Carson City office, joining you remotely today.
Thank you. And Deputy Attorney General Ward.
Good morning. For the record, Harry Ward, Deputy Attorney General. And this is just a side note, and I didn't realize this. DAG is not a nickname nor my first name, even though one of my board members and one of my other boards kept calling me DAG. I said, well, my name's Harry Ward. Oh, I thought your name was DAG. That stands for Deputy Attorney General. Good morning, guys, and I'm here for the open meeting law purposes of this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Harry. We like having you. Tony.
Good morning, all. Tony Manfredi. I'm Executive Director for the Nevada Arts Council. Appreciate everyone being here for this exciting meeting that we're going to have, and I'm looking forward to hearing the comments. Welcome.
Thanks for being here, Tony. We didn't have much time before we got started to get to know each other, so we'll kind of go through some of the housekeeping today. I have a little cold, so I'm going to be drinking my coffee. You're welcome to have your own beverages as we continue this meeting. We'll take a couple breaks. I tend to lead these kinds of panels pretty efficiently, so please slow me down at any point. I thank you all for your time and for really taking the consideration to review each of the submissions. So thank you for that. Okay, and also a reminder, which I just forgot to do, that we always start with your name for the record. So Claire Munoz for the record. We'll now move on to agenda item B, public comment. A period of public comment will be allowed at the beginning and at the end of this meeting. Members of the public who wish to participate during a public meeting may do so by providing public comment during the 2 designated public comment periods. Members of the public attending may not speak except during the public comment section. Public comments may also be submitted via email to grants@nevadaculture.org. Because of time considerations, the period for public comment by each speaker may be limited to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair, and speakers are urged to avoid repetition of comments made by previous speakers. Applicants who are attending today do not have an unfair advantage over those who are not in attendance, and the committee will not take public comment regarding any grant application under consideration. Is there anyone joining today's meeting who wishes to provide public comment? I don't see anybody. And was any public comment received via email?
This is Stephanie. There was no public comment received via email.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, we will now move to agenda item C for possible action, review of the FY24 Artist Fellowship Grants in Literary Arts, Prose, and Dramatic Writing category applications. The Nevada Arts Council will award a total of 5 artist fellowships of $5,000 to the top scorers of this year's 2 divisions, Literary Arts and Performing Arts. Today's applications for prose and dramatic writing fall into the category of literary arts. During the meeting today, the panel will discuss and score 32 applications. The goal of this panel is to score the applications to make recommendations to the Nevada Arts Council Board. Applications are scored according to the following review criteria: a clear demonstration of the artist's intent and process for 10 points, consistency in the exceptional caliber of work for 10 points, evidence of artistic impact, such as influence within a specific community or genre of art, for 10 points. The Artist Fellowship Grant recognizes individual artists living in Nevada who demonstrate an excellence in their work. By acknowledging outstanding artistic accomplishments, the program promotes public awareness and appreciation of the role of the artist in our society. In odd fiscal years, the grant is open to visual artists, and in even fiscal years, it is open to performing and literary arts. All applications were reviewed by staff for eligibility only, and then moved to the panel review for process. Prior to reviewing the applications, the panelists completed the Nevada Arts Council Panelist Orientation and Training. Then each panelist reviewed the applications and supplemental materials online and submitted preliminary scores and comments for all applications. We've assembled an outstanding panel of experts in the field of literary arts today. We encourage our panelists to share their knowledge about aesthetic, stylistic, or cultural trends that may affect other panel members' understanding of the application being discussed. We also urge panelists to speak out strongly in support of applications that you believe should be considered by your fellow panel members. As a reminder, panel members are not permitted to enhance any application by offering their personal knowledge of an applicant. No information beyond the application itself may be discussed. Staff may only provide clarification and/or assistance or assist panelists in locating information. In accordance with Nevada open meeting law, panelists may not discuss any applications outside of this public meeting. So please make sure that no discussion regarding applications occur during breaks, lunch, or after a meeting adjourns for the day. All panelists previously received information regarding conflict of interest. If a panelist stands to profit in some way from the awarding of a grant to any of the applicants, the panelist must refrain from participating in the discussion and scoring of that application. Conflict of interest forms were given to panelists previously and have already been signed and turned into Nevada Arts Council staff. Panelists, when I call on you, please state your name for the record and announce if you have any conflict of interest. Dewain.
Dewain Farria, no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Dave.
Dave Mullins, no conflict of interest.
Thanks, Dave. And Janelyn.
Janelyn Guo, no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Claire Munoz, for the record, our panel review has up to 3 rounds. In round 1, I will state the application number and ask each panelist to state their name, round 1 score, and initial comments for that application. If there's a large discrepancy in scores between panelists on certain applications, the staff may ask panelists to clarify their scores through discussion. Panelists will have the opportunity to adjust their scores at this time. If a panelist changes a score, they must state the justification for the change. The Nevada Arts Council staff will record the average panel scores for each applicant and determine which applications move on to the next round based on average score. All right, the process below is followed for each application, or the process I'm going to read to you is followed for each application for round 1. So I will introduce the application by stating the application number. I do not have access to the names of the applicants, so please do pay attention to the number that I'm giving you and make sure that you have your notes ready. Then I will initiate a panel discussion by calling on each panelist to provide your preliminary score and your comments. And I will go in a random order, so it won't be the same person starting each time, even though I love to do the person on camera in order. I'll try not to do that. After all of the panelists have spoken, I will ask if there's any additional comments or further discussion, then request that the Nevada Arts Council staff begin the round 1 scoring process. After the finals, this goes to the staff, turn it over to staff. Do I say, are you reading this, staff, or am I? I think I keep going. Okay. So the Nevada Arts Council staff will request the final scores from each panelist one at a time. If a panelist has a change in score, we'll request the reason for the change. Then we'll verify the panelist scores. We will read them out. The scores of the application are, and we'll include the panelist name, score, etc., with an average panel score of whatever is determined by your scoring. And we'll highlight any applications with large scoring discrepancies. Panelists, please review your scores. And if you would like to change a score, please state the application number, score change, and the reason or justification for the change. And as I said earlier, we do have the opportunity to go for 3 rounds if that is required. Okay, you guys ready? So here we go. We're going to go ahead and start. We are going to start with application AFG24-0001. I'll be calling on each panelist for your score and for your comments. So we'll go ahead and start with Dave.
Stephen Reed, for the record. Hi, David, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry.
And then just remember to state your name too as you start. Oh, you went back on mute.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Dave Mullins. So I'm sorry, on my list, I just have it's submission 79, 77, 76. I'm not seeing the numbers that you are reading, that you just read.
Superior Turk, for the record, if you are in submittable, you can sort the submission number by clicking on the header submission, and it should sort by the lowest submission number first. So it should be 001. 0001.
Okay. So I'm sorry to slow things down here. The first submission I have is 0031.
Let's see. Sapira, can you help with the navigation?
Yeah. So if you are on submittable, When you click on submission, the first one is 0031.
Yes. So I
Hmm.
have 32 submissions in all. Oh, here we go. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm good. So 0001. All right, my bad.
That's okay. Do you want to take a minute to get oriented and I can come back to you?
Yeah, come back to me. I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Dewain, do you mind if I call on you to start for application? Again, this is for application AFG 24-0001.
Dewain Farria for the record. Never done this before. My comments here are a little bit blunt. Should I just read those?
Yeah.
I thought this was slowly paced. I thought the prose was kind of wooden, and I didn't find the narrative compelling. So,
That's fine. Claire Munoz for the record. Dewain, please do share your comments and they'll be up for discussion. What we'll do is collect the scores. And we tend to find that we get very similar feedback from people throughout the discussion. If we have a major discrepancy, then that's a really great opportunity for a discussion where one of your panelists may have seen or understood the writing differently than you did, which makes for really good feedback. So with the comments, can you provide us with your preliminary score?
7, I think, is what came up here.
This is Krista. Thank you. That matches what we have on file as well.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'll move on to Janelyn.
This is Janelyn Guo for the record. I'm doing math. Okay, so my score is 19. And my initial comments are that I like the shifting point of view. I like that each character is imbued with tenderness. But at this moment, I don't really believe in the redemption arc. And I think that I could if there was more development of character. And so 19 is my score.
Thank you for that. And then Dave, are you ready to share?
I am, yeah. I'll echo. So my comments were relatively blunt as well. Blunt in the sense that I made 2 or 3 pretty specific comments about each piece that I think kind of summarize my score. So I gave this a 10 overall. I wrote here that I found The Power of Superman to be both humorous and moving at times. And I thought Ed is an entertaining and engaging character, but the ending falls pretty flat for me. And I too, I'll use, I didn't write this here, but I'll agree with the comment that I did find maybe the prose a little on the wooden side as well.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Claire Munoz for the record, thanks for sharing that, Dave. So we had a 7, 19, and a 10, a fairly large discrepancy in the middle here. Is this something you guys want to discuss any further, or does everybody feel confident with your initial scores?
I mean, I think, so I gave number 1 an 8, which is clear demonstration of the artist's intent and process.
This is Krista. Dave,
Yeah.
when you speak, just remember to say your name first, please.
Oh, sorry. This is Dave Mullins. For clear demonstration of the artist's intent and process, I scored that an 8. I have to say, I guess, since this was the first one I read, after reading through the rest of them, kind of in retrospect, I would maybe consider lowering that number because I don't feel like this manuscript maybe does as good a job of representing the artist's intent and process. In fact, I found myself a little bit at a loss with this one in terms of kind of what it all added up to in the end.
This is Janelyn Guo for the record. I think that it's tricky because I think I'm going to keep the score that I have, even though it is so much higher, because I don't know about everyone else's kind of frame for what the low and the high was, and this one actually kind of fell in the middle for me, and so the middle for me just happens to be the score of 19. So at this point I'm good with that, if we're averaging, if that makes sense.
Dewain Farria for the record. I went through these the other way around, is what I'm realizing now. So I started with the whatever the last submission was. So maybe that is made me a little bit more critical than I would have otherwise been. Yeah, but I have to say, like, yeah, it didn't, it just, the landing didn't stick for me. I'll say that. And I didn't feel much for this character. I guess I'll stay where I'm at.
Munoz, for the record, thank you all for your comments. Jenna Lynn, I think that's something to think about too, is your own rubric, your own scoring metric. So you may land a little higher or a little lower generally than your panelists. And so keep that in mind as we're going through that. So thanks everybody for comments at this point. There's no changes to the scores. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next application, which is AFG 24-0003.
This is Stephanie. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Claire. I think that we have to show the scores and confirm them just to be sure. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Yes, Stephanie, for the record, that is correct. Krista, you will be putting the scores up and verifying everyone's score?
This is Stephanie, actually, I will be.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Steph.
Okay, yep. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see? This is Stephanie. Yes? Okay. Yep. So we'll begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0001. Dewain, your round one scores, please.
Dewain, for the record, the overall score is 10. Should I go through each score individually?
You can just state your final score here. If you would like to keep 7. I'll leave this here. If you would like to change it, I'll change it, and you just need to provide a justification.
Okay, I thought my score for this was 10. This is for 003, yes?
0001.
Oh, the 7. Yes, I'd like to keep it as it is. Thanks.
This is Stephanie. So so you want to keep it at 7. So just to confirm, this is just for us to show the scores, to confirm the scores, to let everyone know if there is a change in the scores and to reveal the average score. So this is why we're still on 0001. Okay, so Dewain 7. Jenna.
This is Jenna Lynn for the record. My score is 19.
19. David.
This is Dave for the record. My score is 10.
Okay, round one scores for AFG 24-0001 are Dewain 7, David 10, Janela 19, for an average score of 12.
Thanks. Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you, Steph. Okay, we'll get this down. The first one always is a little clumsy to get through, but then we'll whip through this. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to next application. So we have AFG 24-0003. Jenna Lynn, would you like to start us off here with comments and your score?
Sure. This is Jenna Lynn for the record. Let's see. So I thought that I enjoyed, so there were 3 work samples here, and I enjoyed the first and third the most. I think it's tricky for me to read like introductions to anthologies and try to think of like the writer's aesthetic through that. So I didn't get as much information as I wanted out of the second one. And the tricky thing about like when you see multiple works is that from this one, I don't know if I've seen enough from any of the samples to really get a good feel for the writer's storytelling. But I did like the writer's attention to detail in some of these works, like for instance, the orange rind in the first excerpt. That was definitely my favorite moment. And so just, reading through these excerpts, I gave this writer a 17.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move over to Dave, please.
Okay, my overall score is, sorry, this is Dave for the record. My overall score for these 3 samples is a 4. I thought the creative nonfiction piece, Tumbled People, was the most evocative of the 3. But overall, I felt that the prose could just generally be clearer and more precise with a lot more attention to detail and imagery throughout. I got the impression in all 3 of them that the that the writing was a little rushed and it just seemed a little flat to me.
Thank you, Dave, for your feedback. We'll move on to Dewain, please.
In my notes here, I have that there's an over-reliance on backstory. What is this? The piece number 2, I found the most compelling, but I did find the prose kind of stilted off throughout. I scored this as a 10.
All right, thank you, panelists. Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you all for your scoring and your feedback. Let's move over for a review from Stephanie of our scores.
This is Krista. Just one moment, please.
Okay, Krista.
Steph, go ahead and drop that back off real fast. Sorry.
This is Stephanie. I'm sorry, Krista, what was that?
Just drop the scores off real fast.
Oh,
stop sharing. Sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry.
say it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so just real quick, Claire, after they give their initial comments scores, just make sure to ask them if they have anything else they want to discuss. So just, is there any further discussion from the panelists? And then we'll move over to the scoring, just in case.
Okay, no
Thanks so
problem.
much.
Claire Munoz for the record. Do we have any additional comments before we move over to scoring? All right, can we move over to scoring?
Okay, I'm sharing now. This is Stephanie. Okay, this is Stephanie. We'll begin pressing round 1 scores for AFG 24-0003. Janelyn, your round 1 scores, please.
This is Janelyn for the record, and my round 1 score is 17.
David, your scores, please.
This is Dave. My score is 4.
Dewain, your scores, please.
This is Dewain. My score is 10.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0003 are Dewain 10, David 4, Janelyn 17, for an average score of 10.3.
For the record, thanks, Steph. Steph, at this point, are you going to be the one noting the discrepancy in the scoring for discussion, or should we have done that before we looked at the scores?
This is Stephanie. I thank you for reminding me of that, Claire. Yes, we can note the discrepancy here, and I'll ask my colleagues to jump in if there's anything else here, but just to, I assume, invite discussion on the discrepancy.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this
Or
is
is that
Tony.
something I should do before scoring?
This is Tony for the record. So you guys are doing really well here. Just we really want the round 1 scores to talk about the round 1 scores, kind of give your thoughts and comments. After we look at all the scores, we can kind of take a look too. Staff will take a look at ones with major discrepancies. So after we see everything, after we see the full scoring rank, we may pull a couple out that we want to discuss or ask you if you would like to discuss further. So for this first round, let's just focus on your preliminary scores and your comments around that, and any of the, as the discussion evolves in each of the applications, certainly if you feel compelled to adjust your score based on this initial preliminary discussion, that's great. Again, just let Stephanie know, and then the rationale for that scoring change. Then towards the end, once we get through round 1, staff will take a look at some of these with some larger discrepancies. If we don't feel like the discussion was thorough, we'll bring them back up for possible discussion with you all.
Munoz for the record. Thanks so much, Tony. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with our third application. So this is application AFG 24-004. We'll go ahead and open the discussion and scoring with Dewain, please.
I liked it. I liked how this author, this writer, discussed the community. The setting here was done really, really well. The way this person talked about this family and this community, I thought that was really well done. I did feel there was an over reliance on backstory, and I felt like I was I was getting information dumps of over explanation, which kind of slowed down the narrative for me. 9, 10, 11. I scored it 12.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to Janelyn, please.
So I agree with Dewain, and
You
so
state, sorry, will you state
oh,
your name?
sorry. This is Janelyn for the record. I agree with what Dewain said, and my score is 21.
Great, okay. And Dave, please.
So I gave this a 16 overall.
Please state your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Dave Mullins. I gave this a 16 overall. I thought the prose in the sample was a bit vague at times and a bit unclear, but I just wrote here, wow, at the very same time, there's a really rough, sort of beautiful poetry to the voice that drew me right in. And I just think there's a lot of promise here, despite some of the rough patches of the prose.
Great. All right, thank you all. So overall scores we'll review in just a minute, but we had a 12, 21, and 16. Is there any further discussion from our panelists? Okay, we'll move on for your submission of your scores.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0004. David, your score, please.
This is Dave Mullins. My score is 16.
Dewain, your score, please.
This is Dewain Farria. My score is 12.
Janelyn, your score, please.
This is Janelyn Glow. My score is 21.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0004 are Dewain 12, David 16, Janelyn 21, for an average score of 16.3.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. We'll go ahead and move forward. See, we're getting the hang of it. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. All right, moving on. We're going to begin review for application AFG 24-0008. Dave, will go ahead and start with you.
Okay, so my overall score was a 4 for this. I found both pieces here to be thoughtful and engaging, particularly the novel excerpt, but I wanted much more detail and specificity in each. Just a much stronger visual landscape. I felt like I often kind of didn't know where I was, and I just wanted just a lot more imagery on the level of setting, mainly.
Steve, Janelyn, looked like you were nodding in agreement. You want to share your feedback and score?
Yeah, this is Janelyn for the record, and I agree. I think there's a lot of potential. My issue kind of relates to that, which is that I felt like I was taken directly into the action, and I didn't quite understand who was who, and how the people were related, and just why, like, the transitions were a bit abrupt for me. So I just think I wanted more context to get into this piece. And my final score on this was a 14.
Thank you so much. Dewain.
Yeah, I have a score of 12 here. I thought that the voice in I thought the creative nonfiction piece was stronger. I felt like the voice there was pretty confident and pretty poised. I thought the pacing was slow in the fiction piece, and I didn't feel that either piece was. I didn't find either piece compelling. I didn't feel like either story was very fresh. Yeah, overall score 12.
Great, thank you all for your feedback. At this point, do we have any additional comments? We have one score of 4 that's a little lower than the other one. So is there any comments or discussion that you'd like to have about this?
This is Krista real quick. Dewain, we had your score for this one as 11. Could you please double check that for 0008?
Yes, 8 plus 3 is 11. My
Yes,
bad.
okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And everyone, please remember to state your name before you're talking. We're forgetting that a lot, which we know is tricky to do and get used to, but please try to remember to state your name when you first start talking. Thanks so much.
For the record, Harry Ward, Deputy Attorney General, and this is just, I guess, so everyone knows, this is being recorded and may also be transcribed. If this entity gets a public records request and it's transcribed, you know, the transcriptionist just can't go back and look at the video and see who was talking. So that's just a friendly reminder, and you don't have to give your first name. Thank you. I tend to the floor.
All right. Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you all. Any further discussion? Okay, pass it over to staff.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0008. Wayne, your score, please.
Dewaine, my score is 11.
Janelyn, your score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 14.
David, your score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 4.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0008 are Dewaine 11, Dave 4, Janelyn 14, for an average score of 9.7.
All right, Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you all. We're going to move on for a review of AFG 24-0011. Again, as we move to you, please remember to state your name before providing comments and scoring. We'll go ahead and start with Dewaine, please.
Yeah, this is Dewaine. My overall score is 8. I wrote here didactic, stilted dialogue, and then I wrote, did not bother to include an artist statement. I did not find these narratives compelling. I'll look further through my notes, but stop there for now.
Great, thank you so much. We'll move on to Janelyn, please. And remember to state your name.
This is Janelyn for the record. So I was intrigued by the second excerpt. I did appreciate sort of the specificity of the stage directions, which like some of these other excerpts didn't quite have as much of. And I didn't remember like all the details of Hamlet, but I can follow this play. I like that it like focuses on the women, and they have their time to say their words. And I thought it was quite funny. I was intrigued by why the language shifts from like Shakespearean to modern. Like I didn't quite get why it was doing that, but maybe there's like an intention there. And I just, I enjoyed like the interplay, and I wonder if it will kind of like, if there will be propulsion, or if we're kind of like going over the same things. That was like my main question about it. But I did like the concept. So my my score was a 20.
Okay, we have a big range there. Okay, Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to go ahead and move on to Dave here.
Okay, Dave Mullins here. I scored this a 7 overall. I wrote that I thought both plays were interesting, though I found When Churchyards Yawn to be the more compelling of the two. I thought it was kind of hilarious at times, and kind of artfully and playfully making use of Shakespeare's Hamlet. I too was confused with the sort of shift in language or in dialect. And I just thought overall both samples didn't really rise to the level of of being rated higher than a 7, as entertaining as I thought they were at times. It was really the dialogue more than anything that I found confusing.
Thanks. Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you for your comments and your scoring. We have a 8, 20, and a 7, which we'll confirm in just a minute here. Any further discussion? We have a very generous panelist and more conservative panelists, but I see alignment in the scores from each of you as individuals really lining up here. So any further comment today? Okay.
This is Dave Mullins here. If I can just make a general comment in response to what you just said, Claire, I think one of the difficulties for me in rating these and what might be responsible for kind of some of the big fluctuation in scores, is that I think for each category there's a pretty broad range, 1 through 10, and I kind of had a hard time deciding, like what a 5 or a 6 was compared to a 1 or a 2. I don't know, 1 through 5 I think would have been a little easier to work with than 1 through 10, if that makes any sense. It was that wide range for each category that I found to be almost a little disorienting at times. And I wonder if that, with all due respect to anyone who designed the rubric, does that make sense?
Hi, hey, this is Stephen Reed for the record. So I just want to just talk a minute about the scoring process and the scores that you've submitted, your initial scores. So it's important that you have this discussion between yourself within the scoring situation here and the work samples that were submitted. I think it's important that you guys dialogue with each other. If you feel that there is discrepancy maybe within what you scored and maybe what you're hearing in the dialogue with the other panelists, but keep it within the kind of the scoring. And I understand maybe the difficulty within the 10 points of each scoring rubric, but it's important that, you dictate your initial comments within this first round of the work samples that were submitted. And then at the end, we'll discuss, at the end of round 1, we can discuss any discrepancies you might see within the scoring and discuss those applications. And then in round 2, you will have more time to discuss these applications at length if you'd like. But we want to try to keep it focused, your scoring, and based on the work samples that were submitted.
Claire Munoz for the record. Thanks, Stefan, for keeping us on track here. I always appreciate doing the panelists, and I've been on the other side, and I think that consistency for your own personal scoring is really important. So I think it's important, that you're treating all applications the same, and that you're working within the same kind of parameters of your personal judgments as you're going through all of the applicants. And so we are seeing that. We're definitely seeing consistency with each of you as individuals. So we'll go ahead and move forward with review, or we'll move forward to Stephanie here.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0011. Janelyn, your score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 20.
Thank you, Janelyn. David, your scores.
This is Dave. My score is 7.
Dwayne, your score.
This is Dwayne. My score is 8.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0011 are Dwayne 8, Dave 7, Janelyn 20, for an average score of 11.7.
All right, Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you so much. Moving on to comments and scoring for application number AFG 24-0013. We'll go ahead and start with Janelyn, please.
Sure. Yeah. So this is Janelyn for the record. My comments are that these are just beautifully written flash pieces meditating on the nature of loss, longing, and change. I admired this application quite a bit, and so I gave it a score of 24.
Thank you so much. Dave.
So I gave it a total score of 8. I found the writing and the 5 pieces to be very painterly and lyrical. I thought Strawberry Nocturne was especially vivid and poetic. At times I found myself feeling that I wanted a little bit more beneath the prose, right? I wanted maybe a little more depth of meaning in each piece, but I was really impressed by the kind of poetic quality of the writing throughout.
Thanks, Dave. Dwayne.
This is Dwayne. I scored this a 19. I really liked this voice. I thought it was sincere, and I thought there were some interesting turns of phrase. And normally I don't like flash fiction or flash shorter pieces, so, but I was engaged with these pieces.
All right. Claire Munoz for the record. Thank you all for your scores and comments. We had a 24, 8, and a 19. Is there any further discussion from the panelists? Okay, we'll move over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0013. Dave, your round one scores, please.
This is Dave. My score is an 8.
Thank you, Dave. Apologies. Dwayne, your scores, please.
This is Dwayne. My score is 19.
Thank you, Dwayne. Janelyn, your score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 24.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0013 are Dwayne 19, David 8, Janelyn 24, for an average score of 17.
All right, thank you. Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to go ahead and move on for review of application AFG 24-0014. So we'll go ahead and start here with Dave, please.
Okay, this is Dave. My overall score was 4. I enjoy the direct, kind of nuanced voice in both these pieces. At the same time, I didn't really see a clear, compelling conflict in either one. And I just wrote that perhaps a more vivid and dramatic communication of conflict right away in each piece would have really helped in each of them.
Great, thank you. Claire Munoz for the record. Dwayne?
I scored this a 6. I didn't think the pieces were very well structured. I wrote here cliche ridden, kind of blunt. But yeah, I didn't find these pieces compelling.
Great, thank you. And Janelyn?
This is Janelyn for the record. I just wanted to confirm that we're discussing 0014, correct?
Correct. Yep, 0014.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so I wanted more writing sample. I found the second piece more compelling. Like the author speaks about their background in poetry, and I could really see it coming out in the second sample. I liked how lyrical it was. I liked how it wasn't linear. I appreciated that. I feel like the first piece was not as successful for me. I gave this an overall score of 15.
All right. Thank you so much. And that's the conclusion of our review. Did we have any additional comments or discussion from the panel? Okay, thanks for your feedback and scoring. We'll move over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0014. Dwayne, your round one score, please.
This is Dwayne. My round one score was 6.
Thank you. Janelyn, your scores, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one scores are 15.
Oops, apologies. David, your scores, please.
This is Dave. My round one score is 4.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0014 are Dwayne 6, Dave 4, Janelyn 15, for an average score of 8.3.
All right, thank you. Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to go ahead and move on for review of application AFG 24-0018. We'll go ahead and start this with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn for the record. So the premise seemed interesting. I only saw 2 pages of synopsis, so I wasn't sure if, there was enough included here for judgment. I gave a 6.
All right, thank you so much. Moving over to Dwayne, please.
Yeah, I gave this a 1. I wrote not much to evaluate here.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder, state your name, please, and Dave.
Dwayne, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Dave. I feel bad, but I gave it a 0 because I just, again, I as well didn't think there was really anything to base any kind of judgment on. It was only 2 pages, and it's, yeah, again, as Jalen said, a synopsis. So I didn't feel like I could honestly make any kind of judgment on it.
Great, thank you. Claire Moniz, for the record, is there any additional comments on scoring or open for discussion? Okay, move it over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0018. Janelin, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelin. My round 1 score is 6.
David, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My round 1 score is 0.
Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round 1 score was 1.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0018 Dewain 1, Dave 0, Janelin 6, for an average score of 2.3.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Claire Moniz, for the record, we're going to go ahead and move on to application AFG 24-0020. We'll start with Dewain, please, and remember to state your name, please.
I scored this this is Dewaine. I scored this a 21. I thought this started off a little bit slowly, but then the voice drew me in. I really like the verisimilitude. I really like the realism here. So it felt like the writer knew what he or she was writing about. So yeah, I like this one.
Great, thank you. Dave?
This is Dave. I gave this an overall score of 9. I too like the voice. I wrote here that I thought the first person narration was really working, and the sentences were kind of pleasingly laconic and really drew me in immediately. I found myself at the same time wanting a greater sense of clarity in terms of what was physically happening from one moment to the next. But overall, yeah, the voice I thought carried it. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
Dave and Janelin.
This is Janelin, for the record. I too enjoyed the sample. What gave me pause about this one was actually the artist statement, because I was reading through what, the writer was, trying to give the synopsis for the rest of the novel. And I like the dramatic tension, and I just think reading through that, it sounded like so many elements in this piece, where each one of those things that's raised in the artist statement could be like a standalone thing to be developed. And so that was my only critique of it, is that I like the sample, but I thought there's so much going on in the synopsis. So my rating of it was 18.
All right, thank you all. Claire Moniz, for the record. So our scores right now are 21, 9, and 18. Panelists, do you have any further discussion on this application? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0020. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 9.
So, Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My score was 21.
Janelin, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelin. My score is 18.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0020 are Dewain 21, Dave 9, Janelin 18, for an average score of 16.
All right, thanks everybody. Claire Munoz, for the record. We're going to go ahead and move on to review application AFG 24-0028. Why don't we start with Dave, please?
This is Dave. I gave this an overall score of 20. I thought the historical setting was captivating, and I thought the prose was consistently sharp and imagistic throughout. And additionally, I thought that Una kind of came alive as a real sort of three-dimensional character here.
Thank you. Dewain, state your name, please.
This is Dewain. I gave this a 19. I thought there's very good scene setting here. The pacing is good, and I thought that the writer is kind of an obscure historical period right after World War or after the Civil War, 1880s. You know, so I thought that they did a good job with the research necessary to write a period piece like this.
Thank you. Janelyn?
And this is Janelyn. I echo the sentiments. My score is at 22.
Excellent. Claire Munoz for the record. We have a 2019 and a 22. Any further discussion on the application? All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0028. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 19.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score was 22.
Thank you. David, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My round score is 20.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0028 are Dewain 19, Dave 20, Janelyn 22, for an average score of 20.3.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to go ahead and move on to application AFG 24-0029. Let's go ahead and start with Dewain, please.
This is Dewain. My overall score for this one was a 9. Yeah, I didn't find this narrative compelling. I thought there were a lot of cliches. I just wasn't convinced. You know, I thought there were a lot of information dump type of sentences that were meant to replace good scene setting. So, yeah, an overall score of 9.
Thank you. Janelyn, state your name.
This is Janelyn, and I wanted to relate to Pender as he's the main character of the story. But as a reader, I just don't think I know very much about him and what makes him tick. That was like the main thing I was like looking for. Like there's a lot of action, but like what is it about like Pender that like I want to connect to as a reader? That's what I kind of found to be a little bit missing. So I gave this a 17.
Great. Thank you so much. And Dave, please.
This is Dave. You know, I really like the voice here. I thought it was pretty clear and precise throughout. It felt honed to me. I also like the premise or the conflict, which was original. I thought it was original and unique, and the setting drew me in as well. So yeah, I really like this piece. I gave it a 15 overall.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. Claire Munoz for the record. Do we have any further discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0029. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is 17.
Thank you. David, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 15.
Thank you. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 9.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0029 are Dewain, 9, Dave, 15, Janelyn, 17, for an average score of 13.7.
All right, Claire Munoz for the record. Thanks, everybody. At this point, we're 1/3 of the way through the panel review, and there is opportunity for a 10-minute break if you'd like to take that. We can also continue to proceed. We do have an additional 30-minute lunch break planned and then an additional 15-minute break later. Would you like to continue to go, or does everybody need 10 minutes? And this is for the panel. Starting with
Just a
Jen.
general, I'm fine.
Okay, you're okay. Okay, Dave, how are you feeling?
I'm fine. I can keep going.
Okay, Dwayne.
I'm full of joy. Let's do this.
Okay, staff, are we good to continue? Okay, we got a good rhythm here, so let's keep going, and I'll check in with you all as we move forward. But I think we have a pretty good rhythm now that we figured it all out. So, Claire Munoz for the record, we're going to continue the meeting and forego the break. We're going to begin with review, or we're going to continue with review of application AFG 24-0031. Dewaine, you're unmuted, so let's start with you.
I scored this overall a 12. Well, I did think that it was I like the last confession best. The premise held me there for a bit. I thought that the dialogue overall was a bit stilted, and I did feel like I was being like it was a bit didactic. But overall, I scored as a 12, and this is Dewaine. If I didn't say that at the beginning.
Great, thank you for stating your name, Dave.
Yeah, I wrote my comments were very similar. I wrote that I found The Last Confession to be the most compelling of the three plays, if I had to pick one. And in all three, though, I thought that the dialogue or the monologues in Fallacies seemed less than believable overall. It was really contrived to me at times. But I did enjoy the various conflicts at play. So I gave it a 10 overall.
Thank you. Janelyn.
This is Janelyn, and I think my reaction to these pieces was that like I thought they felt too single-minded in conceit. Like just reading them, I kind of knew what was going on. I got it. It felt like there was, this like message, and that I kind of wished that it gave me more room as a reader to assess or to like see, to sort of to be part of it, versus, maybe the didacticism that Dewaine mentioned. And so I just feel like it didn't leave me with like, much like surprise and I wondered if like the storytelling mechanism wasn't working for me very well. Like, Fallacies, for instance, as like this, monologue. I don't know, that didn't work for me as well as maybe like an actual story of like, a man following these three women to a hotel room and like being able to like be there in some way. So I gave this piece a 12.
All right, thank you, Claire Munoz for the record. Scoring is coming in at 12, 10, and 12. Any further discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0031. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 10.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round one score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round one score is 12.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is a 12.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0031 are Dewaine 12, Dave 10, Janelyn 12, for an average score of 11.3.
Okay, thank you so much, Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to application AFG 24-0033. We'll go ahead and start here with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn for the record. Let's see. So I did like this application, I could see, so the writer talked about activism through art. And one concern that I had about, seeing that is, like, does the message sort of override the story? And when I was like reading these excerpts, I was, like pleasantly surprised that it didn't feel like that to me. Like these stories, each one of these excerpts, I felt were like really good examples of activism through art, where each story had its own arc and narrative. Yes. Anyway, so compelling storytelling and character development. So my final score was a 23.
Thank you. Dewaine?
Yeah, I agree with Janelin. I scored these overall an 18. I found the premise of the Guiding the Storm the most compelling. There was a little bit of over explanation there. In Aura Descent, I really like the dialogue in Aura Descending, and the voice in the third piece. I thought it was great. I thought it was vibrant. I wrote here vibrant but raw. So yeah, overall at 18.
Thank you. Dave, and state your name, please.
This is Dave. I gave it an 11 overall. I found the prose a little hyperbolic at times in all three samples, and it kind of struck me once or twice. I would generally agree with Jalen's comment that the storytelling was not overpowered by the message, but it did strike me once or twice that the storytelling was getting a little heavy-handed in terms of kind of having a bit of an agenda. I don't know if I was colored a little bit in my reading by the writer's artist statement. But yeah, anyway, 11 overall.
Thank you. Claire Munoz for the record. We have overall 23, 18, and 11. Any further discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie, thank you.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0033. Dewaine, your round one score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round one score was 18.
Thank you. Janelin, your round one score, please.
This is Janelin. My round one score was 23.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 11.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0033 are Dewaine 18, Dave 11, Janelin 23, for an average score of 17.3.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on for review of application AFG 24-0036. Let's go ahead and start with Dewaine, please.
This is Dewaine. My overall score here was 5. I thought this piece was overwritten, information dump type of sentences. And I wasn't convinced by the premise. Stop there.
Thank you. Let's move over to Dave, please.
This is Dave. I'm first just going to apologize briefly. I think I said Jalen instead of Janelin last time, so my apologies. I gave it a 6 overall. I thought the sample was entertaining, kind of on the surface, and there was, it had an exuberant prose style and a pretty memorable protagonist. I don't know. I found the protagonist at the same time to be really cartoonish, and I had a hard time, I guess, believing what I was reading and really kind of buying it. So 6 overall.
Thank you, Dave. Janelin?
This is Janelin. So I wanted to know if there was an intent for, this to be kind of funny or kind of cartoonish, because I did get that that feeling too, like of this like safety control and reading the artist statement and how like somebody loses a leg, so I wanted to know like what the tone and register of this piece should, like what the intent of it was, because I do like that quality to it, actually. Like, it was one of my favorite things about reading it. And I thought, premise seems worth pursuing, but I'm just not really sure like where it's going based on the excerpt. So I gave this a 19.
All right, thank you all. Claire Munoz for the record. We have scores coming in at 5, 6, and 19. Any further discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0036. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score is 19.
Thank you. David, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My round 1 score is 6.
Thank you. Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score was 5.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0036 are Dewain 5, Dave 6, Janelyn 19, for an average score of 10.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to a review of application AFG 24-0037. Dave, let's go ahead and have you start.
Okay, I gave this an overall score of 25. I really thought this was one of the best of the bunch. I thought the piece was moving and entertaining and just beautifully written. And I kept wanting more of kind of the clear, precise, elegant voice that was on display.
Thank you, Dave. Janelyn?
I agree. I gave this a score of 26. I thought it was really gripping. I'm impressed by, its strong sense of place, and the way the narrator or the writer navigates between like interpersonal conflict and action and interiority. Like, I thought it was really well balanced. So I really like this.
Thanks, Dewain.
I scored this at 24. I really liked it, and I probably should have scored this even higher. This is right in my wheelhouse. This is a cop story. I was kind of like, oh, am I just liking this cop story and scoring this too high? But the verisimilitude is there. It's an interesting idea for a protagonist. I've never read about someone who worked for the Bureau of Land Management. I thought that was interesting. Pacing's good. The descriptions are physical. Like, you feel the descriptions. Yeah, this is one of my favorites.
Great feedback from everybody. Claire Munoz for the record. Really consistent scoring here, 25, 26, and 24. Any further discussion from our panelists? All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0037. Dave, your round 1 scores, please.
This is Dave. My score is 25.
Thank you. Dewain, your round 1 scores, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score is 24.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 1 scores, please.
And this is Janelyn. My round 1 score is 26.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0037 are Dewain 24, Dave 25, Janelyn 26, for an average score of 25.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. We'll move on to application, AFG 24-0039. Let's go ahead and start with you, Dewain.
I scored this at a 27. Sorry, one second. Yeah, I wrote here, just reading the cast list was fun. I thought this was consistently clever dialogue with a compelling narrative, interesting premise, both written well. Yeah, I like these.
Thanks,
This is Dewain. I didn't say
that. Dave?
This is Dave. I have to respectfully disagree. I thought the plays were a lot of fun to read, but I don't know, I guess for lack of a better way to describe it, the kind of antiquated dialogue seemed to undermine the conflicts in the plays overall. I found it really hard to take them seriously due to the kind of archaic diction that just seemed just less than believable to me. I gave them a 6 overall.
Thank you. Gentlemen.
This is Janelyn. So I like strange and fantastical writing, so this was definitely something that appealed to me. But I do see Dave's point. I thought that, these plays addressed provocative subjects like death and power, but they did have this this monologue quality where, I feel like there's this risk of characters, especially with, the register of the language, feeling more like talking heads instead of just really existing in these interesting worlds. They're just kind of like these talking heads a little bit like above them. And so I gave this one a 19.
Thank you all. We have scores coming in at 27, the Claire Munoz for the record, 27, 6, and 19. Do panelists have further discussion? Debate, even? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0039. Dewain, your score, round 1 scores, please. Excuse me.
This is Dewain. I scored this at 27.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. I scored this as a 19.
Thank you. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. I scored it a 6.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0039 are Dewain 27, Dave 6, Janelyn 19, for an average score of 17.3.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to review application AFG 24-0040. Janelyn, let's start with you.
This is Janelyn for the record. I thought this was a very interesting memoir. I did want to keep reading. I think that the author actually does a really good job of backstory, filling in details in backstory to reveal or to paint this portrait of a charismatic mother. And I think, I think that so far this piece, it works for me. So I gave it a 23.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Dave, please.
This is Dave. I really like the premise here. There's a conflict right at the beginning of the memoir, and so that drew me in. I enjoyed reading it overall. At the very same time, I kind of found myself thinking that it felt a bit rushed. I wanted a slightly slower start without losing that conflict. More imagery, more setting description, a little more of a world. But I gave it a 14 overall.
Dave, Dewain.
Yeah, I gave this a 7 overall. I wasn't convinced, I guess I could say. I wasn't drawn into the setting. The premise didn't really draw me in. I felt that the sentences were challenging to follow. I wrote here, and not in a good way. I felt they were kind of information dumps. Like I wasn't reading a story, like I was just being given lots of information to guide me along. This is Dewain, overall score of 7.
Thanks, Dewain. Scores coming in at 23, 14, and 7. Do we have any further discussion from our panelists? Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0040. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score for this was 23.
Thank you. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 14.
Thank you. Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score was 7.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0040 are Dewain 7, Dave 14, Janelyn 23, for an average score of 14.7.
Okay, Thank you, Claire Munoz, for the record. Moving on to application number AFG 24-0041. We'll go ahead and start with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. So I love a good swashbuckling adventure. What I would say about this is that I thought it had great world building. I think the stage is set and I can see how these established tensions will get explored. I just wasn't sure I would want the identity of Lars Anders as being a woman revealed in the way that it's revealed, like in a flashback. Seems like that's kind of like a big moment that, I don't know, that was my only kind of critique reading this excerpt. But overall, I gave this piece a 20.
Thank you. Dave?
I too thought it was I wrote that it's a fun, adventure-filled tale, and I found it highly entertaining. At the same time, though, I thought the prose really tended toward the purple, and I thought that the characterization was pretty thin throughout. So I gave it an 8 overall.
Thanks, Dave. Dewain?
I gave this a 13 overall. I thought that the writer describes this period with a lot of confidence, and the research is there. So I like the world building. There are a lot of cliches here, though, and I wasn't convinced by the dialogue. So yeah, overall a 13.
Thank you all, Claire Munoz, for the record. So scores coming in are 28 and 13. Any further discussion from our panelists? Okay, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0041. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is an 8.
Yep. Thank you. Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score was 13.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score was 20.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0041R. Dewain, 13. Dave, 8. Janelyn, 20, for an average score of 13.7.
Okay, Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to review application AFG 24-0042. As a reminder, state your name, please. We'll go ahead and start with Dave.
Okay. I'll go ahead and echo something Janelyn said earlier in the discussion. When there's multiple samples like this, 3 or 4, I find it a little more difficult to kind of get a sense of an aesthetic. In other words, it's hard just to score 3 different samples. So I found that a little challenging. I almost wanted to give them 3 different scores, but overall, I just wanted more detail and specificity in each of these. In other words, I thought the subject matter was compelling, but in each of the 3 essays, I thought they suffered from a lot of summary and a lot of vagueness. So I gave this sample an 8 overall.
Thanks, Dave. Dewain?
I gave this an 11 overall. I like the 23-year-old Stu best. I agree that it's difficult to give an overall score sometimes when this is Dewain, but I agree that it's difficult to give an overall score sometimes when you have 3 pieces and the quality is divergent between all 3. So the structure in the other 2, I felt like it needs some work. There were some compelling turns of phrase. Overall an 11 though.
Thanks, Dewain. Janelyn?
This is Janelyn. I think I agree with what's been said. I just think the premise for the first piece was the most exciting to me. And the other 2 just felt different. And my final score for this was a 19.
Okay, thank you all. We have scores coming in at 8, 11, and 19. Any further discussion from our panelists? Okay, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0042. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 11.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is 19.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please. Thank you.
This is Dave. My round one score is 8.
Round one scores for AFG 24-0042 are Dewain, 11, Dave, 8, Janelyn, 19, for an average score of 12.7.
All right, thanks everybody. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to review application AFG 24-0043. Let's go ahead and start with Dewain.
Yeah, I scored this as a at 5. There are 2 narratives here. The other piece is like a tool for bilingual language instruction. So so that threw me off quite a bit. But even in the 2 that I would call narratives, I didn't find them compelling. Yeah, a lot of cliches. Yeah, scored them overall a 5.
Thank you. Janelyn.
This is Janelyn, and I like the idea of a children's book about DJing. I feel like the author relied too much on definition, just like defining terms, which didn't feel as fun as like riddles or, you know, just having more story. So I gave this a 9.
Thank you. And Dave?
So I feel bad saying this, but I gave this one as well a 0 because I just didn't really know what to make of the submissions. They seemed kind of at odds with the artist's statement. I mean, honestly, I had a hard time. Dewain called them narratives, 2 of the 3. I had a hard time deciding what they really were. Stories, chapters. They didn't feel like chapters to me. The third one, especially, it was just kind of almost downright confusing. You know, I say this with all respect to the writer, but that was my reaction to them. I didn't reading them. If I kind of ignore the artist statement, I couldn't tell if they were fiction or nonfiction. So I was really at a bit of a loss. Yeah, so that's my score.
Thank you, panelists. Claire Munoz for the record. We have our scores at 5, 9, and 0. Any further discussion from our panelists? Thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0043. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is 9.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My round one score is 0.
Thank you. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 5.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0043 are Dewain 5, Dave 0, Janelyn 9, for an average score of 4.7.
Thanks, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. We'll go forward with reviewing application AFG 24-0044. A reminder to please state your name. Janelyn, we'll start with you.
This is Janelyn. So this submission was another favorite of mine. I thought that these writings on art were really great. I appreciated the choice of choosing a local Nevadan artist. And I felt like the pieces were well written and fascinating, while examining, the work of someone local. And so I rated this a 26.
Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, okay. So here, this is one where I will probably change my score on it. I gave this a 0 too, and I'll be very specific as to why. It was mainly because I really enjoyed the critical essays a lot. I didn't understand, though, how critical essays fit into the category of creative nonfiction, and it even caused me to go back and reread the kind of category descriptions for applicants to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding something. But the only reason I gave them a 0 was not because of the quality of the writing, but again, I just didn't understand how these fit into the genre of creative nonfiction, because they really seem to me to be critical essays, you know, undoubtedly, and that's not really something I would consider creative nonfiction. So I just didn't know if they qualified, essentially. So maybe that's something we can discuss later on.
Thanks, Dave. Dwayne?
I really like these. I gave them a 21 overall. You know, I really was taken by the author's, the writer's voice. You know, you feel the person's love of the of art. You know, and yeah, so I really thought the voice was compelling. I wrote one great opening. I'm not sure which one I'm talking about, but there was one in there. So yeah, this is Dwayne, overall 21.
Great. Thank you, Dwayne. Claire Munoz for the record. So we have the 26, 0, and 21. I do believe that we have opportunity to change your score if you would like to discuss that and review your comments with the panelists.
This is Chris. I'm just going to chime in real quick. Just a reminder that everything that was presented to you for review is eligible for this grant. So they are qualified to be in discussion.
Okay. This is Dave. So just to clarify, and I mean, maybe I will, you know, I'll change my score then if that's the case. But just to clarify my comment, you know, just looking at what the description of creative prose is. So literary work in all varieties and genres, such as excerpts from creative fiction novels, short stories, and writing for young adults. Creative nonfiction is distinguished by its strong narrative literary quality found in personal essays and memoirs. And so that's why reading them, I just thought, well, this doesn't seem to qualify. But okay, if that's the case, then I'd be happy to change my score, because I thought the writing was of a very high quality, and I thought the essays were very interesting and compelling.
Do we have any discussion or feedback from our other panelists?
This is Janelyn. So I guess the only feedback that I have is that, you know, I do think that it has those qualities because it is like the writer's mind, like making these associations. And I was thinking about that book, I'm going to say his name wrong, Benjamin Labatut, When We Cease to Understand the World, in which, like, you know, there is all of this like exploration of like historic events in which, you know, there are these like real figures and, you know, who invented the indigo dye or whatever, you know. And so I think in this way, I was compelled by this because of the way that there is a writer kind of shaping these ideas, even if like the writer's not using I. That's just all I.
Yeah. No, fair enough. You know, so again, I'm happy to change my score because I did enjoy these very much. How do I do that at the end then, or right now, or?
I think you can tell us now, Claire Munoz for the record, I think you can tell us now, and then when we move to Stephanie, you'll record your new score with your reason for the change.
This is Krista. When we get to Stephanie, that's the time to change the score. So don't state it yet. Wait for Steph. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any further, Claire Munoz for the record, do we have any further discussion? Okay, we'll move over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0044. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 0 for now.
And this is Stephanie. As a reminder, this is your opportunity to change your score and provide a justification.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay. Yeah, I will change. Let's see. I'll change my overall score to for number 1, clear intention of the artist's intent and process. I would go with probably an 8 for that. Consistency, exceptional caliber of the work, 8 as well. And then evidence of artistic impact. But that's always a tough one for me. I'll go with 6 there. So a 20 over, what is that, a 22 overall.
8, 6, 22. Thank you, Dave.
Oh, and sorry, this is Dave again. And if you want me to clarify for the record why I changed my score.
Yes, please. Apologies. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, for the record, the reason was initially, though I really liked the essays a lot, they seemed like critical essays to me and not to fit within the realm of creative nonfiction. But since they do qualify for that category, I'm changing my score from a 0 to a 22.
Thank you, Dave. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round one score was 21.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score was 26.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0044 are Dewain 21, David 22, Janelyn 26, for an average score of 23.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to review application AFG 24-0045. Let's go ahead and start with Dave.
Okay. So I gave this an 8 overall. I really enjoyed the premise of the story as well as the voice of the narrator quite a lot. At the very same time, I wanted a lot more dramatic action throughout, as well as kind of as much as I like the voice, I kind of wanted a greater precision in the prose. So I found it a bit vague at times. So an 8 overall again.
Thank you, Dave. Moving over to Dewain, please.
I scored this overall at 24. I found the voice compelling. I thought the dialogue was good. I like the pacing. I like the fact that race is a factor here, but it's not about race. Like it's just a factor in the story. Yeah, I thought that the premise was something that you don't see that often about these upper middle class Black folks. So yeah, I gave this 24 overall. This is Dewain.
Great. Thank you, Dewain. Moving on to Janelyn. Just a reminder to state your names, please.
This is Janelyn. I enjoyed this suburban thriller. I think my comments, I guess I would echo both of you in the sense of that I did like the premise quite a bit, but I just do feel like there is room for precision, and I felt that there was a lot. This is kind of trite, but like there's like more like telling to me as I'm reading than like things being shown or like things being evidenced, and so I just thought that could use maybe a little bit more attention. So my overall score on this was a 19.
Thank you, Janelyn. This is Claire for the record. For application 0045, we have a 8, 24, and 19. Any further comment from our panelists? Thank you, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We will begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0045. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 24.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score was 19.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My round one score is 8.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0045 are Dewain 24, Dave 8, Janelyn 19, for an average score of 17.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, at this point, we are just a little over 2/3 of the way done of review, the first round review. Do you guys want to take a break or do you want to continue? And then at that point, we'll take our lunch break. Janelyn.
I could use a break this time.
Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break then. Want to do 10 minutes and then we'll reconvene?
Good.
Okay, so it's 11:39. We'll be back at 11:49. Thank you. All right, Claire Munoz for the record. Welcome back, everybody. We'll get going as soon as we confirm that we have all staff and panelists on. I see our panelists. And let's see, it looks like we have our staff. Harry, are you with us? Let's wait till we get Harry back on the line here. Harry, are you back with us yet? There we are. Okay, perfect. All right, I think we are ready to move forward. Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to reconvene and begin review of the final 10 applications, beginning with AFG 24-0047. Let's go ahead and start with Dave.
Okay.
Remember to state your name.
This is Dave. I gave this a 26. I really like this one quite a lot as well. I would say the clarity and the precision and the general elegance of the prose really captured my attention right from the start here. And then additionally, I found Hank and I believe it's pronounced Ricka to be both compelling and kind of fully realized characters. And I just thought it was a terrific read overall.
Thanks, Dave. Moving on to Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. I really liked the how charming and funny and absurd this story was. I just had a minor critique about just like Hank's self-doubt, wanting that to be grounded in something. And I thought maybe, you know, it's just that his insecurity, although like we understand that like everyone's insecure about something, but his insecurity just like seems a little abstract to me, in the sense that like we don't really see him getting in trouble or anything before all of this stuff happens, or like see him kind of like failing at anything before all of this stuff happens. And so that was my only note to the author, but I did like it. I gave this a score of 19.
Thank you. Moving on to Dwayne, please. Oh, we got to have you unmute and state your name, please.
Sorry about that. This is Dewain. I gave this an overall score of 16. Yeah, it's a. I thought it was a solidly constructed piece. For a middle grade piece, I don't know if I would, when I was a kid, have been very compelled by this story, have been grabbed by it and continued reading. But I do feel like it was a solidly constructed piece. I liked the narrator. So yeah, overall score of 16.
Great, thank you. Do we have any further discussion from our panelists or comments? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0047. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is 19.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My round one score is 26.
Thank you. Dewain, your round one score, please.
This is Dewain. My round one score was 16.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0047 are Dewain 16, Dave 26, Janelyn 19, for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving on to review AFG 24-0053. Let's go ahead and start with Dwayne.
I gave this an overall score of 3. There's not much here to evaluate. I didn't find what is here compelling, not much of a narrative. Yeah, an overall score of 3.
Thank you, Dewain. Let's go ahead and move on. Just a reminder to state your name, move on to Dave, please.
I gave this an overall score of 8. You know, I wrote that I thought that the conflict was intriguing and I liked the characters. I think what I found really off-putting was there are kind of issues of grammar and punctuation throughout, and that lack of clarity that kind of made me stumble over a number of sentences, kept me at a real distance from the narrative overall.
Thanks, Dave. And Jenilyn.
This is Jenilyn. I agree with Dewain. I didn't find enough here to really judge the quality of the writing. So I gave it a 6.
Great, thank you. Scores coming in at 3, 8, and 6. Claire Munoz for the record. Do we have any additional discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0053. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My round 1 score is an 8.
Thank you. Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score is 3.
Thank you. Jenilyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Jenilyn. My round 1 score is 6.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0053 are Dewain 3, Dave 8, Jenilyn 6, for an average score of 5.7, excuse me, 5.7.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to move on to application AFG 24-0055. Let's go ahead and start with Jenilyn.
This is Jenilyn. So I was intrigued by the premise of True BF, and I thought that the story was well written. I just think that what I wanted more of from this was the psychological side, like, you know, the why. The why is True BF kind of like the mode of getting friends, like, you know, just, you know, what the psychological spaces that the character is inhabiting, and yeah, just more around that and why it's hard to form friendships in this life stage. So I gave this an 18.
Great, thank you. Dewain, please.
Yeah, this is Dewain. I scored this at 18 as well. The premise is interesting. Felt like a Black Mirror episode, but not as deep as I would have liked. You know, there's a lot to unpack there that I didn't feel like was fully unpacked. Even though it's a compelling premise and a well constructed story, but it didn't fully pop for me. But yeah, overall 8 and 18.
Great, thank you, Dewain. And Dave, please.
Yeah, I guess similar to what Jenilyn said, I had a hard time deciding what it all added up to in the end. I mean, I too like the originality of the kind of the conflict and the premise of the story. It seems to describe something that's really contemporary. You know, it deals with sort of, you know, various aspects of modern life that are pretty pervasive right now. And I liked all that. It just didn't add up too much for me in the end. I just didn't find it moving enough, and I kind of didn't. I didn't think the writer stuck the ending. So a 9 overall was my score.
Great, thank you. So we had scores of 18, 18, and 9. Claire Munoz for the record. Is there any further discussion here? Thank you, panelists. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0055. Dewain, your round 1 scores, please.
This is Dewain. My round 1 score was 18.
Thank you. Jenilyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Jenilyn. My round 1 score was 18.
Thank you. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 9.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0055 are Dewain 18, Dave 9, Jenilyn 18, for an average score of 15.
You, Stephanie. Claire Munoz for the record. Moving forward with review of application AFG 24-0056, starting with Dewain, please.
I scored this at a 23. I thought the scenes were well structured. I like the dialogue, and I thought the dialogue does a lot of good work with characterization. Yeah, overall enjoyed this piece. This is Dewain.
Thanks, Dewain. Reminder, state your name, please. Dave.
This is Dave. I gave this an overall score of 9. I really enjoyed the concept of the play here, and I think the tension was working very well. It was the dialogue that really kept me at a distance. In fact, I remember rereading this because I was trying to decide if the run-on sentences that are in a lot of the dialogues were, I couldn't decide if they were intentional or accidental. And I think they seemed accidental to me in the end, with even a misspelling here and there. And that, I just thought it could have used more revision and more polish, and that kept me at a real distance, as much as I enjoyed, again, the tension that was at work.
Thanks, Dave. Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. So I like the setup of this screenplay. I think that it is exploring a lot of themes that I think are interesting, questions of family and identity and who you love. I wanted to, it's hard to say, like, this feels like, just my own what I would like to see, but I like to kind of have seen this like place of comfort before they're thrown into an uncomfortable situation more, like, this job, like she's like immediately taken away from it, and just having like more of this sense of like, okay, this is their comfortable place, now throw them into a very uncomfortable space, sounded like something that I wanted from this. But overall I did like it, and I gave it a 21.
Thank you. Claire Munoz for the record. So we have scores coming in at 23, 9, and 21. Panelists, do we have any further discussion? Thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0056. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score is 21.
Yep. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is a 9.
Dewain, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewain. My overall round 1 score is 23.
Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0056 are Dewain 23, Dave 9, Janelyn 21, for an average score of 17.7.
All right, thank you, Claire Munoz for the record. We're going to move on to review application number AFG 24-0057, starting with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. So this is another application with quite a few writing samples, and they are quite different. And I think this speaks to the writer's comfort in using different forms to communicate and express ideas, which I think is great. They're honest and bold. And as I was reading this, along with the artist statement of, trying to create something cohesive, I just wasn't sure of the cohesiveness between the excerpts. That gave me a sense of a project. Some of the pieces, like the business essay or the anthology introduction, didn't quite feel the same as the poem. So it was just a little bit hard to rate. So I gave this overall a 13.
Great, thank you, Janelyn. Dewain?
Yeah, I gave this overall 11. The same thing that I think that we've all said is that it is difficult to give one score when there's so many different pieces and the quality is so varied, and the type of writing is so varied. With that being said, there were many of these pieces where I really liked the voice. I thought the voice was honest and direct, but others not so much. So overall, an 11.
Thank you, Dewain.
Sorry, I feel like I'm saying at the end every time.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Dave, please.
This is Dave. I think I'm the least generous of the panelists here. I gave this a 1, and it was because almost exactly what Jalen said. I used the exact same word in my comments. I didn't understand. It really seemed to lack cohesion. The samples. I didn't understand what kind of project it is. I was really at a bit of a loss. I didn't know if they were pieces of a collection or a book that the writer was working on. But there seemed to just be a real lack of a unifying conflict or premise here. And, at times I really liked the voice, though. But I was just at a total loss as to what the project was. And I wrote in my comments that I even went back and reread the artist statement, which that too was a bit unclear to me. I just didn't kind of understand what the focus of the project was at all.
Thank you, Dave. So Claire Munoz, for the record, we have 13, 11, and 1 as our scores from our panelists. Is there any further discussion? Thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0057. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. Mine is a 1.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round 1 score is 11.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score is a 13.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0057 Dewaine 11, Dave 1, Janelyn 13, for an average score of 8.3.
Thank you, Stephanie. Claire, for the record, moving on to review application AFG 24-0065. We'll go ahead and start with Dewaine.
I overall scored this a 20. I thought the premise was interesting. I thought the writer was very direct and bold. I liked his voice. I found it compelling from the beginning. Yeah, so I wanted to continue reading. Good piece. This is Dewaine.
Thank you, Dewaine. Moving on to Dave, please.
This is Dave. I too wanted to keep reading this. I thought it was engaging, powerful work. I really wanted to read the rest of the memoir. My only criticism really was the fact that we get chapters 2 and 3, and I found myself really wanting to start with chapter 1. I kind of wondered about the writer's decision to submit a sample of the second and third chapters. But overall, I thought it was just fantastic. So I gave this an 18.
Thank you. Janelyn?
This is Janelyn. So I agree that I was really interested in this piece and the stories that it was telling, like just a very interesting life behind the words with remarkable anecdotes, and the language can be beautiful and poetic. So my critique is that I do kind of like lose the writer every now and then. Like when I'm reading, I feel like I have to kind of catch up with the writing, because it does feel at times like, I think it's the stream of consciousness quality. It does feel at times like erratic, where I'm like still here and it like went over there, so I'm like gonna follow it there, but it takes me to interesting places. So it's not really like a strong, it's like a small critique. So my scoring of this was 19. Seems my favorite number here.
Great. Thank you, Janelyn. This is Claire. So overall, we have a 20, 18, and 19, pretty consistent across the board. Any further comments or discussion from our panel? Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie. We'll begin requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0065. Dewaine, your round 1 score, please. Dewaine, your round 1 score, please. Oh, something. Never mind. We'll let you get situated, Dewaine, and move on to the next person. I'll circle back. Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score is 19.
Thank you. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 18.
Thank you. And Dewaine. I'll give you just a second. Sorry, we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, wonderful.
Okay, sorry about that. This is, I assume I was asked my score. This is Dewaine. My score was 20. Sorry about the delay.
That's okay. Thank you, Dwayne. Round one scores for AFG 24-0065 are Dwayne 20, Dave 18, Channelan 19, for an average score of 19.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on for review of AFG 24-0067. We'll go ahead and start with Dwayne.
6, 7. I gave this an overall 12. Yeah, I thought that the premise was good. I found it interesting. It was a bit slow, and some of the dialogue was kind of, I wrote here wooden dialogue, just to go along with the nutcracker thing. Yeah, the premise was good. I thought the pacing was a bit slow though, and I didn't find it terribly original. So this is Dewaine.
Thank you. Moving on, thank you, Dwayne. Dave, please.
Yeah, I found it honestly pretty imaginative and entertaining. I mean, it was a kind of a fun, delightful read, but I really wanted a lot more detail and a lot more exposition throughout. I guess I just wanted more generosity in the prose. Yeah, and I'd say as sort of fun as it was to read, I also wanted it to take itself a little bit more seriously, I guess. I gave it a 7 overall.
Thanks, Dave. Jenilyn?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I think this is a whimsical and fun piece. I think the author knows it's his or her audience. And I thought the language and the pacing worked. It's one of those things where I know that like so much magic is going to happen, but it's like setting up the magic, and I would have liked to see like how the author would approach like, magic itself. And so, and I guess sometimes when I like critique these works, I don't know how to answer the question of artistic impact. And I feel like this is like one of those pieces where I was like, well, there are like nutcracker stories, like what makes this one like stand out, different. So overall, I think my score was 18 on this one.
Thank you. Claire, for the record, we have scores of 12, 7, and 18. Any further comment or discussion from the panel? Thank you. Stephanie?
This is Stephanie requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0067. Channelan, your round one score, please.
My round one score, Jenilyn, this is me, Jenilyn. My round one score is 18.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My round one score is 7.
Thank you. Dwayne, your round one score, please.
Oh, this is Dewaine. My round one score is 12.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0067 are Dwayne 12, Dave 7, Janelyn 18, for an average score of 12.3.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Claire, for the record, we're going to go ahead and review AFG 24-0076, starting with Dave, please.
Okay. I thought the story of the old man and press was quite moving throughout, but overall the screenplay I thought could use quite a lot of line editing. I thought with a sort of close attention to grammar and to punctuation. I thought it was entertaining, but as I said of a couple other pieces, I just think the lack of polish, the lack of revision in the end kept me at a real distance. I give it a 3 overall.
Dave, Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. So I liked the camera effects and staging that was written out, like the zooming in and out. I thought that was really cool. The story within a story structure. So my main critique of this is that the characters come across to me as pretty flat, and it lends this piece like a fairy tale, like almost fairy tale quality. Though I guess to me, like this tale that's being told doesn't really feel like a unique one, like it feels familiar. And so I gave this 13.
Thank you. And moving on to Dewaine, please.
Yeah, I scored this at 14. I like the visualization here. I like how this is shown to the reader. Yeah, but overall I found this very, very slow, you know. So yeah, the narrative didn't keep me engaged throughout. But I did like the scene setting. Like I said, I like the visualization here. This is Dewaine, and overall I gave this a 14.
Great. Thank you all. This is Claire. We have overall scores of 3, 13, and 14. Any further discussion or comments? All right. Thank you, panel. Stephanie.
This is Stephanie, requesting round 1 scores for AFG 24-0076. Dave, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 3.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round 1 score, please. Dewaine, your round 1 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round 1 score is 14.
Janelyn, your round 1 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 1 score is 13.
Thank you. Round 1 scores for AFG 24-0076 are, excuse me, Dewaine 14, David 3, Janelyn 13, for an average score of 10.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on for review of AFG 24-0077. Let's go ahead and start with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. So my comments on this one is that what really stands out in these pieces is a political message, but I don't get a strong sense of storytelling. In the dialogue, for instance, I feel like people are kind of talking at each other instead of to each other, and engaging with each other. And so my final score for this piece was an 11.
All right, thanks, Janelyn. Moving on to Dewaine, please.
Yeah, I gave this piece a 13, and you know, like I said, I started the other way around, and so it's kind of funny to look at my scoring, because like this person I would have scored this lower. I felt this was didactic. There's not, like, you know, like Janelyn said, there's not much story here. It feels like I was being preached to, kind of, is what I felt like when I was reading it. So yeah, scored it at a 13. This is Dewaine.
Thanks, Dewaine. Dave?
I gave it a 4. I too felt, I didn't use the word didactic in my comments, but I think that's a great description of it. Yeah, I too felt like the storytelling was lacking quite a bit. You know, it's interesting, the both plays kind of piqued my interest because I guess I just, to maybe use Janelyn's phrasing, I thought the kind of political agenda was kind of interesting, but I just, you know, the focus on discrimination and farm workers drew me in, but I just felt that the dialogue was also a bit stilted and kind of ultimately unconvincing. So, yeah.
Dave, what was your score? I'm sorry, I missed it.
4, sorry.
4. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. This is Claire. Scores were 11, 13, and 4. Dewaine, you mentioned that you might want to adjust your score. So as we move over to Stephanie, if you wanted to make an adjustment, that's your opportunity to do that. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, thank you, panelists. We'll move over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0077. Dewaine, your round one score, please.
I gave this a, sorry, 1 second.
And this is Stefan for the record. I'm sure Harry's on there. He would like everybody to make sure you state your name first before you're giving your scores.
Yeah, this is Dewaine. Thank you for the reminder. I gave this a 13. For the clear demonstration of the artist's intent, I gave that as a 5. I'm going to knock that down to a 2. So an overall 10, if I could make that adjustment, please.
Thank you, Dewaine. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn, and my round one score is 11.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 4.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0077R. Dewaine 10, Dave 4, Janelyn 11, for an average score of 8.3.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to our final review, application AFG 24-0079 for round 1. We'll go ahead and start with Dave, please.
This is Dave. I scored this a 6 overall. I like the voice here quite a lot, though at times I thought there could be greater attention to clarity and to precision. I thought the premise was intriguing. But it's also here and there, the dialogue kind of seemed to lapse into melodrama and just seemed a little less than believable to me.
Thanks, Dave. Moving on to Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. Yes, so I would agree with what has been said. I think that my main critique is that it's a potentially interesting story, but I'm just not sure I'm invested in any of the characters at this point because there's so much forward momentum in plot, but not so much in character development, and that was my main issue with it. So my final score was 16.
Thank you. And then Dewaine, please.
Yeah, I gave this a 15 overall. I'm going to want to knock that down as well. I guess I was in a very good mood when I started this, so the premise is interesting. I did find the premise interesting, but I didn't care about these people when I was finished reading, and I didn't think the scene setting was done very well. So 15 overall. I'd like to probably make an adjustment to that, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. So reporting scores were 6, 16, and 15, and you have opportunity for adjustment as we transition over to Stephanie. This is Claire. Do we have any additional comments or discussion with our panel? Okay, we'll move it over to Stephanie. And then again, Dewaine, if you make an adjustment, just remember to state your reason why.
Sure.
Thanks.
This is Stephanie requesting round one scores for AFG 24-0079. Janelyn, your round one score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round one score is 16.
Thank you. Dave, your round one score, please.
This is Dave. My score is a 6.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round one score, please.
This is Dewaine. My original round one score is 15. I think I'm going to knock that down to 12. The consistency, I gave a 5 for the consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work. But as I mentioned, the scene setting wasn't there and the characterization wasn't there. I didn't care about these people very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Round one scores for AFG 24-0079R. Dewaine 12, Dave 6, Janelyn 16, for an average score of 11.3.
All right, this is Claire. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtful input and comments on all of the applications that we reviewed today. We just concluded round 1. We do have opportunity for a round 2 and a round 3. At this time, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break, which will allow time for the staff to determine which applications move on to round 2 based on average score. And then they will share that updated list with the application numbers with all of us, the panel chairs and our panelists. Thank you all. So we'll reconvene here at 12:55. Staff, thank you for getting all of these numbers in order, and we look forward to round 2 with everybody. Thank you. 12:55.
Hello. Oh, are you mute? You need to mute your Zoom.
Mute, everyone mute your microphone. No open mics, thanks.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to convene for round 2. I'm back. Okay, I think everybody's on. Thank you, everybody. Hope you had a good break. Got some nourishment, and you're ready for round 2. All right, so this is Claire Munoz for the record. In round 2, we will allow more time for discussion. I'll state the application number, then the panelists will discuss the application. After discussion, Nevada Arts Council staff will ask each panelist to state their name and their round 2 score for that application. Once the scores have been tabulated, we will put the score sheet on screen for panelists to review. If there is large discrepancy in score between panelists on a certain application, the staff may ask panelists to clarify their scores through discussion. Panelists will have the opportunity to adjust their scores at this time. If a panelist changes a score, please state the adjustment score and justification for the change. The Nevada Arts Council staff will determine if we move on to a third and final round. And we do have that option to continue to a third, and we will visit that at the end of this round 2. At this time, I believe I turn it over to staff.
This is Stephanie. The staff met and looked at the scores overall. So what we would like to do now is share my screen with the scoring spreadsheet that you all saw that I was running with all of the scores previously, but this time sorted by average score, highest to lowest. And we have recommended a cutoff point. So what you will see is scores highest to lowest. It's a little long, so I'm going to have to scroll through. But once I start to scroll down, you'll see that there are a number that are grayed out. That's the cutoff point that we are suggesting. So the applications that are grayed out would not be included in round 2. And I would just invite my colleagues to, is there anything that I'm missing? Does that sound like an accurate representation?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
This is Sapira for the record. I just will also want to share if there are any application that are below the cutoff point that you feel very strongly about that you would like to maybe bring back into discussion to see if there are other score changes so they can move on to round 2, that's also open. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, so Stefan for the record. So Stephanie, you know, if we might want to look at the applications first before you gray out, because there might be some applications that some folks might want to talk about or rescore that are maybe below the cut line, like Sapira just mentioned.
This is Stephanie. We've already grayed those out. I can remove it, but it would give the panelists a sense of applications that would not be included. Let me know. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Sure. Let me know what you would like me to do, and I will arrange as necessary if that sounds okay. Yeah. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see, let me make sure that I'm scrolling to the top, the average score sorted from highest to lowest, the correlating application number, and individual scores. And as I go down, please let me know if I'm going too fast. This is the cutoff point. The grayed out applications would be those not included in round 2. I'm going to keep scrolling down. And as Sapira noted, if there was an application that you felt very passionate about, that you would like to revisit and argue that it perhaps should be included, please, or considered, please let me know.
Thanks, Stephanie. Claire, for the record, can I just ask for a point of clarification? Is there a certain number of applications that the panelists should be thinking about recommending, or is it just a review of the scores for possible adjustments right now?
This is Stefan for the record. It is strictly hierarchy at this point, Claire, and we will decide based on funding and scoring of the other panels on, you know, how to determine the fellowships from that point.
Okay, thank you so much. And Claire, for the record, Stephanie, are you able to just enlarge a little bit? I am on a split screen because I have the script here, so I'm having a little bit hard time. Perfect. That's great. That's super helpful.
This is Stephanie. I'm gonna go up to the grade there and I can scroll down slowly again, just let me know.
Okay. Thank you. And Claire, for the record, for our panelists, again, just giving you an opportunity to look at the numbers, so the applicant numbers. I know it's a little hard when you don't have the personalization, but if you do have any that you're particularly keen on, or if you're seeing a high score from yourself in this grade out area and you wanted to recommend it for further discussion, please take an opportunity right now to look over the grade out ones for possible additional review. And if that's not the case, then what we'll do is go ahead and proceed in the order that has been laid out for us by staff.
Stefan, for the record, and a little clarity as well, the cutoff line is not really just arbitrary. We tried to look at see where there's a natural break in the scoring. But if there is a certain panelist who has scored an application high and really well, we want to try to honor some of that, the panelist score as well. So based on what we're looking at here, this was kind of a natural break for us at the 14 point. But Janelyn had a score of 23, which was quite a high score. So we wanted to honor that as well. So we brought those applications all the way forward for further discussion.
Okay, Claire, for the record, for our panelists in the grade out applicants, was there anybody felt strong, any applicant that anyone felt strongly about and wanted to move up for consideration, or can we move and proceed with the recommendation? Dave.
This is Dave. No, I'm comfortable with the scores, and I guess I would just say, you know, I tended to score a little lower than the other two panelists, and I'm very confident in the applications that I assigned much higher scores to. And I think it sort of shows that the ones that I gave scores that are, north of 14, 15 were the ones that I really loved and thought were deserving of a fellowship. And the other ones that were, 10 or south of 10, I'm comfortable with those lower scores. I just was not impressed by them as much. And so, yeah.
Great. Thank you, Claire, for the record. Dewain, please. Oh, Dewain, are you with us?
Yeah, I have been having some internet problems, so I just turned off my video. I'm sorry, I missed the last of a conversation.
Do you feel comfortable? So the grade out applicants are ones that are being recommended that do not need further discussion. Upon reviewing those, do you have any that you feel strongly about that you would like to have forwarded for further discussion?
No, I do not. I don't have any that I feel strongly about that need to be forwarded for further discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. And Janelyn?
This is Janelyn. I'm also good. It's funny because I feel like I've been the one score, like the most generous, I suppose, but similar to Dave, I think like if my scores were like 20 or above, then that's like where I feel strong, like more strongly. So I think, yeah, this is a perfect cutoff for me as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Claire, for the record. So what we'll do is go ahead and scroll on up on this sheet here. I'll go ahead and read out the application number and request a discussion from our panelists. At this time, you may view a specific piece of the support material during the discussion. And for those of us joining us today, some of the content may not be appropriate for all audiences. So this is an opportunity for a deeper discussion. And I will do my best to moderate it. So we're going to go ahead and start in the order of highest score. I understand that for our panelists, this means a little bit more navigation for you, but we'll go ahead and start with applicant number AFG 24-0037. AFG 24-0037. And open this up for discussion. Dave, do you have any additional comments, or would you like to discuss this application?
This is Krista. Just 1 second. Do you guys, we can put it back into 0 to highest order to make it a little easier for the panelists to click through their submittable applications, if that would work a little bit better for everyone.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Claire, for the record. So what we'll do is go ahead and start in the order of highest score.
And then we can take a screenshot of them in lowest to highest order and pop it in the chat so everyone can see that too for visibility.
You know,
Because Claire, I see you taking notes.
I'm trying to track it.
This is Dave. You know, for me personally, it's helpful to actually look at them ranked highest to lowest,
Okay.
as opposed to submission number.
Okay.
But you know, I'm flexible.
This is Stephanie. For posterity, though, I'm just going to go ahead and pop this into another sheet on this Excel document. If you can just give me one moment to do that, I will have a clean one for you to look at, but I can preserve that order if that is helpful.
This is Sapira. While Stephanie does that, I just want to share, I want to add a little bit about what Stefan was explaining earlier about the ranking of the scores. We will be awarding the fellowship based on the ranking. So if there are any ties in the first, let's say 10 or 5 to 10 scores, we will have to bring those applications back into discussions because we really want a clear ranking of those applications.
For the record,
this is Dave. That's why I think that would be helpful for me to have this conversation while looking at the rankings, because I think if there's something if there's an application that's kind of on the fence, then maybe that might be worthy of discussion.
For the record, I think that's a good way to proceed. Jenilyn, do you have any preference there?
This is Jenilyn. That's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. And Dewain?
And that's fine with me.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and this is Claire. We'll go ahead and proceed with the rank order. Stephanie, it would be helpful for me to see that spreadsheet again, and then I'm just going to have you scroll down so I have a list of all of the applications that we're reviewing.
This is Stephanie. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with that round 2, that fresh spreadsheet now. Let me know how far you want me to zoom in or how you want me to move it.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. I see 0055 at the bottom, and would that be the last one for review, or did we have one more?
This is Stephanie. The last one for review is 0040.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like we have 13. Is that right? 13 to review?
This is Stephanie. I believe we have 14.
14 to review. Okay. And this is Claire, just to remark on possible ties. So we'll be looking for those that are really close for further review. It looks like we have some real standouts at the top, and then in the middle, we get closer when we get to some of those 17 rankings. So we might want to have some additional discussion there. We can have discussion at any point, but let's go ahead and begin round 2. We'll start with application AFG 24-0037. And we are going to open the floor for discussion, and you also have opportunity to adjust your score at this time if you would like to. The average score came in at 25 with pretty consistent rankings from each of our panelists today. Dewain, did you have any additional comment or discussion?
No, I don't. This was a great piece. I think it's in the right spot.
Great. Jenilyn?
This is Jenilyn. I agree. This was my top. So I'm happy that it's at the top.
Great. And Dave?
This is Dave. Yeah, I too agree. This would be my #1 pick.
Okay. Let's see. We don't have any further comments or further discussion. So the scores will hold for application AFG 24-0037, and I'll turn it over to Stephanie.
Hey, I'm sorry, this is Stefan. Hey, Claire, could you just maybe reiterate those scores for round 2 so we're consistent all the way through?
Sure. Scores for round 2, we had Dewain at 24, David at 25, and Jenilyn at 26 for an average score of 25. And this is for application 24-0037.
This is Stephanie. Thank you for confirming those, Claire. I believe that I need to go through and just confirm with each panelist their scores and state the average score. I apologize. Okay. Requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0037. Dewaine, your round two score.
This is Dewaine. My round two score for this piece is 24.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round two score.
This is Janelyn. My round two score is 26.
Thank you. Dave, your round two score.
This is Dave. My score is 25.
Thank you, Dave. AFG 240037 for an average score of 25.
Thank you. This is Claire. Moving on in round two to AFG 24-0044. Average score came in at 23. We had pretty consistent judging, another fairly high scoring application here. Dewaine, did you have additional comment or discussion around this application?
No, there's nothing else from me on this one. I thought these were three great pieces. I like the voice. I think that my score should stand. This is Dewaine.
Thank you, Dewaine. Dave, you had an adjustment in your score here. Do you still feel comfortable with that? And do you want to open it up for further discussion or comments?
No, I feel comfortable with my adjustment. This is Dave.
Thank you. Janelyn?
This is Janelyn. I also ranked this at the top, so I'm glad to see it at the top, and I'm comfortable with my score.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Without any further comments or discussion, we'll transfer that over to staff for confirmation of scores.
This is Stephanie. Thank you, Claire. Requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0044. Pardon me. Janelyn, your final score, please. Excuse me, your round two score.
This is Janelyn. My score is 26.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round two score.
This is Dewaine. My round two score is 21.
Thank you. Dave, your round two score.
This is Dave. My score is 22.
Thank you. Round two scores for AFG 24-0044 Dewaine 21, Dave 22, Janelyn 26 for an average score of 23. Thank you.
Okay, this is Claire for the record. Moving on, I'll just call attention to the next two applications, which came in with an identical average score. This may be an opportunity where you want to think about adjusting your score or open it up for discussion. So we will begin that with application number AFG 24-0028 with an overall average of 20.3. Let's go ahead and start with Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. I would like to keep my score. I thought this was a really well-paced piece with good historical context. So I'm good.
Great. Thank you. Dewaine?
1 second. Yeah, this is Dewaine. I want to stay at 19 for this one. Yeah.
Thank you, Dewaine. And Dave?
Yeah, I really like this piece a lot. I could raise my score on this piece. I think I need to look at. No, I mean, if we're talking about a tie break, raising one of these two scores, 28 or 47, in order to solve the problem of the tie. If that is, let me ask, can there not be a tie? Is that what we're talking about here?
This is Claire for the record. There can be a tie. I might want to draw attention to the next application where we had a little bit more discrepancy in the overall scores.
Okay.
So if you feel confident, you can confirm your ranking or you can make an adjustment at this time. In the next application, we did have a little bit more discrepancy in the overall.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and stay with the number. This is Dave. I'll stick with the number 20 with the score 20 for now.
Okay. Thank you all. Can I just ask this is Claire for the record, a question of the staff. Should we leave, because we do have a tie here, do you think that we should leave the confirmation of scores open until we complete review of the next application, or should we go ahead and confirm and then review if the panel would like to do so?
Hi, this is Stefan for the record. So as we're going through round two here, we want to be cognizant of all the applications in round two. Could there be possibly an application a little further down here that somebody wants to change the score, which will then bump it up into the area that we're in now? So as we're working through, it would probably be better to work through all the applications in round two first to see if there's any kind of variation in the score or any kind of changes of score. And after round two is complete, if we still have these ties here, then we need to reconcile those at the end of round two. But it would probably be good to go all the way through to see if anything, any of the scores change to bump up any applications.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. This is Claire. And just to confirm, it is okay to have a tie, right?
It is not okay to have a tie.
Okay.
At the top of the, because more than likely we will be pulling fellowship applicants from the top of the pool here, like based on funding and applications. We're not exactly sure how far deep that will go. So we'll have to reconcile some of those ties up at the top of the chart here.
This is Sapir. I would say the top 5 application should not have a tie, but the rest would be fine.
Okay.
Stefan, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you, staff, for that. Okay, moving on. This is Claire for the record. So if we, at this point, it doesn't sound like we have any adjustments to the score. I'll transition it over to Stephanie for confirmation of scores on application AFG 24-0028.
This is Stephanie. Thank you, Claire. Requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0028. Dewain, your round two scores, please.
This is Dewain. My score is 19.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round two score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 22.
Thank you. Dave, your round two score, please.
This is Dave. My round two score is 20.
Thank you. AFG 24-0028 has Dewain at 19, Dave 20, Janelyn 22, for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you. This is Claire for the record. Moving on to application AFG 24-0047 with an average score of 20.3. We did have a little bit of discrepancy here in our scores from our panelists. So we'll go ahead and start the discussion with Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. Yeah, it's tough. Like I ranked this one, looking at my scores, a little lower than the other one. But I mean, I do like that this one is like whimsical and fun. I think I'm just gonna keep my score where it is because I do like the other excerpt a little bit more. So I'm good with 19.
Thank you, Janelyn. This is Claire. Moving on to Dave, please.
Yeah, this is Dave. I'm going to lower my score on this one. I just read through, kind of skimmed through it again as we've been talking here. You're sort of thinking of it in comparison to application 28. And I too think this one's just maybe a little too whimsical in comparison. I think 28, I liked a lot more. I did rank this one. I gave this a higher ranking initially. 47, that is. But I'd like to adjust my score down just a little bit. So for clear demonstration of artist's intent, I'll keep that at a 10. For consistency in the exceptional caliber of the work, I'm going to lower that to 8. And then evidence of artistic impact, I'm going to lower it to 5 for an overall score of 23.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dave, for the comments and for the clarification and justification. So we're going to make that change to 23, and then Dewain, please.
Yeah, I'd like to stick with my score at 16. I guess speaking in comparison to 28, I like 28 more. When I was reading the middle grade pieces here, what I tried to ask myself was, would I have continued reading this if I was 12? When I was 12, would I have wanted to read this piece? And the answer to, I mean, it's a solidly constructed story, but like the answer to that question is no, you know, so I think the 16 reflects the fact that it's solidly constructed, but just I didn't find it terribly engaging. So.
Great, thank you. This is Claire. Do we have any additional comments or further discussion? Okay, move it over to Stephanie, please.
Stephanie requesting round 2 scores for AFG 240047. Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 2 score is 19.
Yep. Dave, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is it was originally 26. I'd like to change it to 23.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dewaine. I'd like to stick with my score of 16 for this one, please.
Round 2 scores for AFG 240047 are Dewaine 16, Dave 23, Janelyn 19 for an average score of 19.3.
Great. Thank you, panelists. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0065 for an overall average of 19. We have pretty consistent across the board scores here. We'll open it up for discussion and comments, starting with Dewaine, please.
Yeah, for 65. Yeah, like I said, I like the premise here. The writing was strong, it was direct, the voice I found engaging. Yeah, I'd like to stick at 20. This is Dewaine.
Thank you, Dewaine. Dave?
Excuse me, this is Dave. I will remain with 18.
Sorry about that. Janelyn?
This is Janelyn, and I will remain with my score of 19.
Thank you, panelists. Any further discussion or comments? Okay, thank you so much. We'll move it over to Stephanie. Thank you.
This is Stephanie requesting round 2 scores for AFG 24-0065. Dave, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 18.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My score is 20.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 19.
Thank you. Round 2 scores for AFG 24-0065 are Dewaine 20, David 18, Janelyn 19 for an average score of 19.
Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0056 with an overall average score of 17.7. We did have a range in our scoring here. So I'd like to go ahead and start with Dewaine.
Yeah, so for this one, yeah, like I said, I like this piece. I thought the scenes were punchy. That's the word I wrote here. I like the dialogue, you know, the situation that the protagonist is dealing with, I think is one that I haven't seen much writing about, you know, this person who doesn't feel, you know, fully connected with her culture because of the fact that they don't speak the language. So I found that premise interesting. I'd like to stick with my score of 23, please.
Great. Thank you so much. Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. I would echo those sentiments. I think that the themes and issues that this screenplay is addressing interest me enough. So I will keep this score of 21 as well.
Thank you. And Dave.
Yeah, sorry, this is Dave. I think, again, I'm just sort of skimming through this one more time. I think I'll raise my score on this. You know, I took issue with the dialogue more than anything. You know, I guess I have such a problem with run-on sentences and dialogue that I don't know if, you know, it's often I think writers think it's supposed to indicate like a fast pace of speaking, and I just found it to be kind of off-putting at times. But I think if I can kind of overlook that, the dialogue is compelling, and so that was mainly why I gave it a 1 for category 2 consistently in the exceptional caliber of the work. I think I'll raise that to a 5. So then that would be an overall score of 13.
Okay. Any further discussion from our panelists? And this is Claire. I'll go ahead and turn that over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. Thank you, Claire. Requesting round 2 scores for AFG 24-0056. Dewain, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dewain. My round 2 score is 23.
Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 21.
Yep. And Dave, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dave. My original score was 9, and I'd like to raise it to 13.
Thank you, Dave. And I apologize because you had stated your justifications for the previous 2 in the in your comments, but could I ask you for the record to just state your justification for changing your score, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. So the main reason I gave it a lower rating originally was that I found a number of run-on sentences in the dialogue, and I thought that was kind of off-putting and sort of kept me kind of tripping over the dialogue instead of kind of getting invested in it and believing it. But in rereading it, I was a little more forgiving of those sentences because the dialogue overall is compelling. And I think it deserves a higher score.
This is Stephanie. Thank you, Dave. Round 2 scores for AFG 24-0056 are Dewain 23, Dave 13, Janelyn 21 for an average score of 19.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. We're coming into a range of scores that are really tight here, so we'll want to take some time to carefully consider possible adjustments if needed. We're going to move forward with application AFG 24-003, excuse me, 0033 and open this up for discussion. I'll go ahead and start with Dave on this one.
Yeah, so as we've been talking here, I've been looking at this one in particular because of the tie here. And I want to change my score on this one as well. So for clear demonstration of the artist's intent, I'll leave that at a 6. Consistency in the exceptional caliber of the work, I want to raise that from a 2 to a 6. And then for the third category, evidence of artistic impact, I'd like to raise from a 3 to a 5. So for an overall score of 17.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. And we may need you to repeat that if that wasn't captured by Stephanie right now. We'll go ahead and move on to Dewain, please.
Yeah, this is Dewain. So for 33, my score was 18. There is difficulty in when there's multiple pieces like this, So I'll say that for guiding the storm, I thought that there was some over explanation there, like a bit of leading the reader some, but overall, yeah, I'd like to stick with this score. Overall, these pieces were strong. With guiding the storm, I guess being the one that I didn't connect with the most.
Dewain, Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. Looking at what I gave these other ones. Now I'm comparing it to the other scores I gave. I still like, these works because I think they all have strengths and they're 3 different pieces, but they don't feel like too disparate. I think I'm just gonna I'll keep my score.
Okay.
That's 22.
Thank you. This is Claire. Do we have any additional comments or discussion from our panelists? Okay, we'll move it over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie. Thank you, Claire. Requesting confirming round 2 scores for AFG 24-0033. And just for clarity, I'll note here that I'm going to update your scores as you confirm them and ask for justification if you do change them, just to be clear on the process. Janelyn, your round two score, please.
This is Janelyn, and my round two score. Now I'm kind of changing my mind. Sorry. So I actually think I'm going to lower my round two score down to 21. I'm going to drop it 2 points because I'm just looking at how I ranked some of these other ones. Yeah, I think that is my final score, 21.
Thank you, Janelyn. Thank you for providing your justification. Dave, your round two score, please.
My round two score was initially 11. I'd like to raise it to 17. And the main reason is that I initially thought, so, the artist statement talks about creating or doing activism through art, is how the writer put it. And I initially thought that at times the work was a little heavy-handed and seemed to have a political agenda. But as I was skimming through it and rereading it, I think that assessment of it was a little too harsh. Yeah. So I'm going to raise it to a 17.
Thank you, Dave. Dewain, your round two score, please.
We are talking about 33, and I would like to stick with that score, please.
Thank you.
This is Dewain.
Thank you, Dewain. This is Stephanie. Round two scores for AFG 24-0033 are Dewain 18, Dave 17, Janelyn 21, for an average score of 18.7.
Great, thank you. Moving on to application AFG 24-0039. We had an average score coming in at 17.3, but we did have a pretty wide swing in our panelists' final scores individually. So Dewain was in at 27, David at 6, and since you two are the swing here, I'm going to go ahead and start with Janelyn in case you want a minute to revisit the application.
This is Janelyn. So I am just revisiting this along with the other pieces that I ranked the same score. And I'm going to stay with it. I'm going to give it a 19. So yeah, I liked the fantastical premise. I think we already discussed, some of it could feel a little bit monologish, but I think there's vision. I think there's imagination. So I'm going to stick with it.
Great. Thank you. Dave? Oh, you're muted, Dave.
This is Dave. I was logged out of Submittable. I'm just trying to get back in here. So give me a second, please.
Okay, we'll move over to Dewain, please.
Sure. Yeah, I like fantasy and mythology, and so I was drawn in here. I did find this funny, but looking at the way I scored other things, maybe I had just had lunch and I was in a really good mood when I was scoring this. So I'm going to knock down the consistency in the exceptional caliber of the work. I think that's how that's phrased there. I'm going to knock it down to a 7. So I guess that brings me down to what, 25? Yeah, I like this piece. I'll stay there though. Thanks.
Thanks, Dewain. This is Claire. We'll revisit that justification and the score adjustment with Stephanie in just a minute. And Dave, are you back in a good spot here?
I am. This is Dave. I'm going to leave my score the way it is. I mean, as I said initially, I think these pieces are fun and entertaining. I just had a hard time taking them seriously, mainly because of the dialogue. It was that archaic diction I mentioned the first time just kind of makes it seem really cartoonish to me. And yeah, I'm going to leave my score the way it is.
Thanks so much, Dave. This is Claire. With that, do we have any further comments or discussion from our panelists? Thank you. We'll transition over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0039. Dave, your round two score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 6.
Thank you. Dewain, your round two score, please.
This is Dewain. My adjusted score is 27. I think.
I apologize. Did you say 27?
I
This is
think I'm
Stephanie.
not, hold on a second. Let me look at this one real quick. That was 39, right? I had it at 27. Yeah, it should be at 20. I wanted to knock down the demonstration arms. 2 points there, so 25. Sorry about the confusion.
Not at all. Thank you. And Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 2 score is 19.
Round 2 scores for AFG 24-0039 are Dewain 25, Dave 6, Janelyn 19 for an average score of 16.7.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0013 with an average score of 17. Again, we did have a bit of a swing here. I'll go ahead and start with Dewain, who was more in the middle, and then we'll move forward.
Yeah, another one with a number of pieces. I overall, I like this voice. I thought this voice was honest and compelling. But just to reflect not the discrepancy, the difference between the quality and the work. So I'd like to stick with 19. This is Dewain.
Great, thank you. We'll move over to Dave, please.
Yeah, this is Dave. I think I originally said that I really liked the lyrical quality of the prose here, but that I wanted something a little more in the way of depth. And just kind of rereading these, and I think I'm going to raise my score. I'm going to raise number 1 for sure, clear demonstration of the artist's intent and process. I'll raise that to a 6. Consistency in the exceptional caliber of the work, I'll raise to an 8, and then evidence of artistic impact, a 3, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So for an overall score of 17.
Okay, and we will come back to that score when we transition over to Stephanie and revisit your justification. Moving on to Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. I really like this. It was among the top for me. I'm keeping the score. I just think it's a really strong writer with a sense of the line, and so yeah, 24 for me.
Great, thank you so much. Any further comments or discussion from the panel? All right, move it over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round 2 scores for AFG 24-0013. Dewain, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dewain. My score is 19.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 24.
Thank you. Dave, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dave. My original score was an 8, and I'd like to raise it to a 17. I had initially said that the quality of the writing was really kind of all that I enjoyed about it, but in rereading it, I realized there's a lot more kind of below the surface than I thought the first time.
Thank you, Dave. Round 2 scores for AFG 24-0013 are Dewain 19, Dave 17, Janelyn 24 for an average score of 20.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0045. Another good swing. We have an overall average of 17, and we'll go ahead and start the discussion with Dewain, please.
I like this piece. Like I said, I don't see pieces like this very much. I like the fact that that it's not that it's a compelling story that doesn't have a I like the way that the writer uses race here, that it's not used as like a as one of the things that the protagonist is it's part of the protagonist's life, but doesn't dictate the protagonist's life. Okay, with that being said, I probably gave it I think I was a bit more generous with the consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work, because I don't like I said, I don't see too many stories about upper middle class Black folks like this. So I thought that was kind of intriguing. But to be fair, I'm going to knock this bad boy down by 2 points. And that'll bring it to 22.
Okay.
This is Dewaine.
Thanks, Dewaine. And we'll revisit that as we move to Stephanie. Now we'll move over to Janelyn, please.
This is Janelyn. Yeah, so I'm looking at the other pieces that I ranked the same score to. And, you know, I like this piece. It did leave me kind of like wanting something more. Yeah, no, I think I'm good with where it is.
All right, thank you, Dave.
This is Dave. Yeah, looking at it again, I'd like to raise my score to from an 8 to a 12. My initial reaction was similar to what Janelyn just said. I kind of wanted a little bit more, and specifically, I wanted more dramatic action throughout. You know, as I'm reading it, kind of glancing through it, I think that I was a little too critical when it came to kind of the consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work. I'm going to raise that to a 5, and then artist's intent I'm going to raise to a 5 as well. So yeah, total score of 12.
Thank you. This is Claire. Do we have any further discussion from our panelists? Comments? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round 2 scores for AFG 24-0045. Janelyn, your round 2 score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round 2 score is 19.
You. Dave, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dave. My round 2 score was originally 8, and I'd like to change it to a 12. I originally thought that the piece needed a little bit more dramatic action, but I've since more or less changed my mind about that.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round 2 score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round 2 score is I'm sorry, everyone. 1 second. Yeah, I knocked this down by 2 in the exceptional caliber of the work. So that brings me down to, is this reflecting the new score? Sorry, my computer's working a little slowly here.
This is Stephanie. No, this is your original score. I'll highlight any revised scores you have in blue. We just do it at the end, if that makes sense, when I confirm.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. It's 4 in the morning here. So the yeah, it's yeah, to be consistent with how I rated the other pieces, I'd like to take 2 points off for consistency and exceptional caliber of the work, which still leaves a piece at 22. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dewaine. Round 2 scores for AFG 24-0045 are Dewaine 22, David 12, Janelyn 19, for an average score of 17.7.
Okay, thank you, everybody. This is Claire. Moving on to AFG 24-0004. We'll go ahead. We had an average score of 16.3. We'll go ahead and start the discussion off with Dave, please.
This is Dave. I'd like to leave my score where it is for this one.
Thank you, Janelyn.
I'm also good where I am.
Thank you, and Dewaine.
I think I want to raise my score by 2 points. The consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work specifically, I rated it at 3. You know, I'm what I said here was that the backstory and over explanation slow down the narrative, but then at the same time, I really like the backstory. You know what I mean? I really like this the culture and the community that's described here. And to be fair, I want to raise my score by 2 points here. So.
Great, thank you. At this time, thank you, panelists. This is Claire. We'll go ahead and move the conversation. Did I get everybody? Sorry, it's getting to be okay. Sorry, it's getting to be the end here. Okay, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0004. Dave, your round two scores, please.
This is Dave. My round two score is 16.
I apologize. I can't see. Thank you, Dave. Dewaine, your round two scores, please.
This is Dewaine. My original score was 12. I'd like to raise 2 points for the consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work, to be fair with the way that I rated the other pieces.
This is Stephanie. So am I correct that that's 14?
Yes, 14, please. This is Dewaine.
Thank you. And Janelyn, your round two scores, please.
This is Janelyn. My score is 21.
Thank you. Round two scores for AFG 24-0004 Dewaine 14, Dave 16, Janelyn 21, for an average score of 17.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0020. Average score was 16. Let's go ahead and start with Dave, please.
This is Dave. I'm going to leave my score the same on this.
Okay, thank you, Janelyn.
This is Janelyn, and I'm also going to stay where I am.
Thank you. Dewaine, please.
This is Dewaine. I just seen Tar before before I was reading it, and I think that did affect my the way I was looking at this. I like the verisimilitude here. I like this piece. I'd like to stay at 21, please.
Thank you. Any additional comments or discussion from our panel? All right, thank you. We'll move it over to Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0020. Dewaine, your round two score, please.
This is Dewaine. My score is 21.
Thank you, Dewaine. Janelyn, your round two score, please.
This is Janelyn. My round two score is 18.
Thank you. And Dave, your round two score, please.
This is Dave. My round two score is 9.
Thank you, Dave. Round two scores for AFG 24-0020 Dewaine 21, Dave 9, Janelyn 18, for an average score of 16.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. Moving on to application AFG 24-0055 with an average score of 15. Let's go ahead and start with Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. I am reacquainting myself with this story and seeing how I rated the other pieces. I actually think I'm going to bump this one down because I think that it was sort of missing this key element of the kind of like the psychological piece to using TRPF, etc. So along with the other rankings, I would score it a little bit lower, maybe at a 17.
Thank you, Janelyn. Dave?
This is Dave. I'm going to leave my score at a 9.
Thank you. And Dewaine?
1 second. Yeah, this is Dewaine. I like the premise here. I think this is a it's not the draft that I'd want to see. If I was reading this for a journal, what I would say is I'd send this back to the writer and I'd want them to dig deeper. So I think there's a lot here. So I want to keep my score where it is. I'll keep this at 18.
Thank you all. Let's see, let's go ahead and move. This is Claire. Let's go ahead and move the discussion over to Stephanie, please.
This is Stephanie requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0055. Janelyn, your round two scores, please.
This is Janelyn. My round two score was 18. I'm going to bump it down 1 point to 17 just because of comparison to the other piece I scored in 18-2, just seeing that there's maybe a little bit more that I want from this than the other one. So 17 is my final score.
Thank you. Dave, your round two score, please.
This is Dave. My round two score is 9.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round two score, please.
This is Dewaine. My round two score is 18.
Thank you. Round two scores for AFG 24-0055 are Dewaine 18, Dave 9, Janelyn 17, for an average score of 14.7.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Moving on to the final one for review in round 2, we have AFG 24-0040, excuse me, with an average score of 14.7. Let's go ahead, and we did have kind of a wide range here, so we why don't we start with Dave?
Okay. This is Dave. You know, if I could just take another minute to keep reading through this one again, that would be great.
Sure.
Come back.
Dewaine, are you prepared? Are you ready?
Same. Could you give me 1 second? Yeah, because I was kind of brutal, and
Yeah, no problem. Janelyn, did you want to go ahead and start, or you need a sec?
This is Janelyn. Yeah, I think I like the writing. I think that this writer is like has a good start to their memoir. I mean, I have fond memories of Pegs. Like that, like it mentioned Pegs glorified eggs. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna keep this score.
So I going through this again, I to be consistent with the way that I scored the other pieces, the writing here is solid.
Dewaine, will you just state your name? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm Dewaine. And the writing here is solid. It's consistently solid, you know. And I to be fair with how I scored the other pieces, I didn't find the narrative terribly compelling. You know, I didn't want to keep reading. I'll say that, you know, but you know, solidly structured, solid writing. So I want to add 4 points to consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work. Yeah.
Thanks, Dewaine. Dave?
This is Dave. I'm going to leave my score the same.
Thank you so much. Any additional comments or discussion from our panelists? All right, Stephanie.
This is Stephanie requesting round two scores for AFG 24-0040. Dave, your round two score, please.
This is Dave. My score is 14.
Thank you. Dewaine, your round two score, please.
This is Dewaine. My original score was 7. I want to bump this up to 11. Just to be fair with the consistency and the exceptional caliber of the work with how I rated the other pieces.
Thank you. Janelyn, your round two score, please.
This is Janelyn, and my round two score is 23.
Round two scores for AFG 24-0040 are Dewaine 11, Dave 14, Janelyn 23, for an average score of 16.
Okay. So that brings us to the conclusion, unless anybody, I'm sorry, this is Claire for the record. If anybody would like to review any of the lower ranking ones at this time, we can. Otherwise, is it possible for us to see these sorted in terms of average score at this point?
This is Stephanie. Give me just 1 second to check in.
Okay. And then for our panel, while she's doing that, we have 2 options here. One is that if you are not committed, we move into round 3. If you are committed to your scores, then we will move forward with final recommendation. So let's give Stephanie just a moment to sort those out for us and we can discuss.
This is Stephanie. I'm just going to stop sharing for 1 second. I apologize.
Sure. Dewaine, where are you joining us from?
I'm here in Manila. Yeah, so it's almost 5 in the morning. My kids will be getting up in a minute. So this is a good quiet time to do this.
Did you wake up really early or just never go to bed?
Oh, no, I woke up early. I went to bed early and woke up early. No complaints. Everyone left me alone. I went to bed at 5 p.m. So, yeah.
Oh, my. And your family's all there with you right now? That's great.
Yeah, everyone's here. Yeah.
Do you live there or are you working on a project?
No, I work for the Asian develop. I have a day job. I work for the Asian Development Bank. I'm a security officer there.
Oh my goodness. That's a great experience for your kids.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask quickly, speaking of kids, do we know how much longer, would we go till 6, do you think? Well, it's 6 o'clock, it'd be 6 o'clock my time, 4 o'clock your time. Do you think we would go all the way till 4? And I'm only asking because everything, I mean, I don't have to leave the call, but just kind of want to update my wife on my situation in terms of getting home for kids' purposes.
Sure. Well, let's see if based on the spreadsheet that we'll take a peek at, if we're going to go ahead and move into round 3. If we don't move into round 3, then we'll be concluding here momentarily.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to rush the process, just curious, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
This is Stephanie. I've finished my sorting. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Thank you. Oh, right. This is Claire. So we're reviewing the top scores of round 2. It looks like line 7 and 8, which I believe our application are ranked 6th and 7th actually, are tied. Staff, do we want to?
Yeah, Stefan for the records. Hi, Claire. Yeah, so we've discussed and we believe that those 2 applications are far enough down that they won't impact probably the funding. So we're okay with leaving those at 19.
Okay, thanks for that input, Stefan. So at this time, I'm going to ask our panelists if you are committed to your scores. If you would like to continue discussion and review, we will move into round 3 and certainly want to allow time to do that if that is the decision. At this point, I'm going to go around and ask each one of our panelists if you're committed to your scores. And I will go ahead and start with Janelyn.
This is Janelyn. Yeah, I'm happy with this result. I'm good with it, so I'm committed.
Great, thank you, Janelyn. Again, this is Claire and Dewain. Are you committed to your scores, or would you like to continue discussion?
No, this is Dewain. I'm committed to my. This is Dewain. I'm committed to my scores. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dewain. And Dave, are you committed to your scores, or do you want to continue discussion?
I think I'm committed. I'm just comparing one last time manuscripts samples 28 and 13 because that score is so close to a tie. I'm just kind of curious. Just one more time. Can I just take about a minute here?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I just kind of wanted to remind myself of which manuscripts those were. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think 28 is far more compelling overall. So yeah, I'm okay with my scores.
Okay, thank you so much, panelists. So with that, we are able to move toward, this is Claire for the record, we're able to move towards final recommendation. So will the Nevada Arts Council staff please show final ranking of the literary arts category, prose and dramatic writing works category fellowship applications?
This is Stephanie. Can everyone see my screen of the rankings, the final rankings there?
Yes, thank you.
Hi all, this is Tony for the record. Stephanie, if you could please just run through the final rankings of the scores, just so we have that on the audio recording as well as the video recording. So just read the applicant number and the final average score, please.
Thank you. So this is Stephanie, go down all through the entire ranking until line 15, correct?
Correct, thank you.
Thank you. This is Stephanie. Application number AFG 24-0037, average panel score 25.0. AFG 24-0044, average score 23.0. AFG 24-0028, average score 20.3. AFG 24-0013, average score 20.0. AFG 24-0047, average score 19.3. AFG 24-0065, average score 19.0. AFG 24-0056, average score 19.0. AFG 24-0033, average score 18.7. AFG 24-0045, average score 17.7. AFG 24-0004, average score 17.0. AFG 24-0039, average score 16.7. AFG 24-0020, average score 16.0. AFG 24-0040, average score 16.0. AFG 24-0055, average score 14.7.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. This is Claire. We're coming close to the conclusion of today's meeting, but before we move on, I wanted to just take an opportunity to say thank you from the Nevada Arts Council staff and board. Thank you to all of our panelists. You were selected because of your expertise in the field. I appreciate, and I know the board and staff appreciates your time and dedication to reviewing all of these applications, and that was demonstrated by your thoughtful feedback. And your work in reviewing the fiscal year 24 Arts Fellowship Grant in Literary Arts, Prose and Dramatic Writing category applications. Nevada Art Council Board will meet during public meeting to review the panel's recommendations and vote on the final grant allocations. After board approval, all applicants will receive written notification. At this time, we'll move to agenda item D, public comment. Because of time considerations, the period for public comment by each speaker may be limited to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair, and speakers are urged to avoid repetition of comments made by previous speakers. Applicants who are attending today do not have an unfair advantage over those who are not in attendance, and the committee will not take public comment regarding any grant application under consideration. Is there anyone joining today's meeting who wishes to provide public comment at this time?
This is Tony Manfredi. I'd like to provide some comment. I want to thank Janelyn, Dewain, and Dave to echo Claire's comments on your insightful and thoughtful remarks and for your time commitment to this panel process. We know it is a lot of time, and we really appreciate what you put into it. Thanks to Claire for your excellent work in chairing the panel and for your work as vice chair on the Nevada Arts Council Board. Also want to thank Sapira, Stephanie, Krista, and Stefan, staff members of the agency, for their work on creating the guidelines, the application eligibility review process, and preparation for this grant panel review. Excellent work by the team. And lastly, thank all of the applicants who submitted their work and put themselves in the arena for this critical review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony, for that. Did we receive any additional, do we have any additional public comment, or was any comment received via email?
This is Stephanie. There was no public comment sent via email.
All right. Thank you so much. This is Claire. Thank you, all of you, for your participation. Staff, Deputy Attorney General Ward, we love having you, and thank you for keeping us on track. Stefan, thanks for your guidance throughout. I know we have some newer members at the Nevada Arts Council, and so we certainly appreciate all of your guidance. Tony, thank you always for being here and providing that leadership. Welcome to our newer staff members, and thank you to all of our panelists. At this point, we'll go ahead and move it to agenda item E for possible action, which is adjournment. This meeting is adjourned today, August 29th at 2:03 p.m.
Thanks, guys. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks,
If the
everybody.
panelists can stay
Take
on
care.
for just a moment, I'm going to stop recording.